Oh, it's at 1. Hi, guys. Welcome to episode 54 of the Paper Dungeon. We are so excited. Oh my gosh, I can hear me on Discord. Oh, there we go. All right. Or on Twitch. Yeah, welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. We are so excited to have you guys here. If you missed last week's episode, it kind of was bomb. We had a little drop, as you guys probably can tell, because things look different. So yeah, definitely go watch that episode to kind of see all of our reactions to it. We have a couple of announcements. First and foremost, an amazing, fantastic, and huge thank you to Miss Lydia Korn, as she is the one that designed our overlays, created the new art, created the new logo, which, let me tell you, the new logo, oh my gosh, the gold, oh my gosh, like,
it's pretty good.
I can't really get over it ever because it's absolutely amazing. So we have a huge thank you to Lydia for that. Definitely check out the new intro video, which you guys will see in just a second. So that'll be pretty rad. Otherwise, other big announcement. Next week, all 5 of us are going to be in Nebraska. You see that Zelda poster? You probably won't be seeing that Zelda poster because we'll be at different angles.
Both of them.
Oh, it'll be amazing because we're all going to be playing next week live in person together. Oh my gosh, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, spoilers.
I love the POV of
I should stream a vlog.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely check that out. We're super excited. We have a bunch of business that we're going to be taking care of, but also having fun, hanging out. This will be the first time all 5 of us have seen each other in over a year.
A while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this will be super exciting. We're gonna get to pick up Lydia all the time, as much as she loves it.
No, please, my
so
ribs.
Picking up.
Other than that, I think the only other announcement is whatever Grant's gonna say, which is dangerous. So I don't endorse this.
Everybody, Lydia also works very hard on the TikToks, and they're really funny.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And they've been doing great. I've noticed a lot of people coming over to YouTube from TikTok. So if you're on YouTube, thanks for watching us. We love you guys. If you're on podcasts, thanks for listening to us. And hey, the more the merrier. If you see us live someday on Monday or something, hop in. If not, drop a follow. It'll notify you when we're live. We'd love to see you there. That's it.
We also check out the fat memes that we got going on our Instagram. Really
I love those.
Yeah. Yes. Also, Aaron. Aaron, I endorse whatever.
This is Aaron, the 4 out of 10 DM. I would also just like to say, hey, make sure to join our Discord. That's a super important thing. We notify a lot of people about a lot of things there. Also, on Thursdays, we will also be doing it live, kind of as a test run, so it'll be real scuffed as we figure out how to set everything up. It's going to be live, and I'm going to force them to actually play Dungeons & Dragons. I'm really excited for what we're going to do, and I'm not going to tell you until it's Thursday. But last Thursday, we also had a table scraps. We got some sick lore drops from your boy Drew that weren't necessarily explicitly stated in the main campaign. And the only way that you'll ever learn about them is if you watch back that thing, which is on YouTube, or I think it's still on Twitch probably.
Yeah.
And then you watch the feature ones for more cool behind the scene things and spoilers and bad art from yours truly, the 4 out of 10 DM Aaron Klebrad.
I dropped some art in it today, actually.
Yeah, Grant with that fat artistic rendering.
You are not 4 out of 10. You're a 10 out of 10 DM in my heart, at least.
I don't know. The TikTok comments
objectively. 4
out of 10. I thought it was 4 out of 10, as in there's 40% of DMs are good, and he is in that range.
No, I thought it was 4 out of 10. 40% of the time he's the DM, and I'm the DM the other 60%.
Regardless of how bad of a DM I am, we should probably roll that sick intro.
Oh yeah,
Drew,
okay, let's
line him up.
Yeah,
that logo, dude.
Welcome to Nicomuras, a world of divine sacrifice and forgotten evil. Over 8 centuries have passed since the devastation of the trial, but despite the world's rebirth, the people have returned to their lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us as 6 souls are bound together in a twist of fate and emerging powers. For those that oppose the light and all that is good in the world have come together to snuff it out. Our heroes are now at the forefront of war. The must discover the role they play in abyssal ambition and righteous judgment. Our story will find our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
We're going.
Welcome back. Awesome intro. Just saying. You know who designed that? Lydia. You know who has also an announcement that we forgot to mention beforehand?
That's my bad.
Lydia.
I have an
Take it
announcement.
away, girl.
If you didn't know, we have a website, and on that website, we have a store. And in that store,
Whoa.
you can buy Paper Dungeon stuff and help support us. And if you didn't know, we had a few items before, but now we have even new ones with the new logo. So we got
Yeah,
new
you can't
shirts
use
with the
them
logo,
anymore.
we got like hoodies with the logo, we got sweatshirts with the logo,
Do we have
we
hats?
got hats, we have multiple hats. We have
Oh my gosh.
snapbacks, we have denims, we have
We have denim
normal,
hats. I love
and we
denim
have
hats.
beanie.
You
And-
have no idea how happy I am to have snapbacks.
I know, I did it just for you, Drew. And then
Aaron,
a little
thank you, thank
logo
you.
sticker.
Also, and to be clear, it's on the Paper Dungeon website. This is different than Lydia's store where you can
Yes,
get cool stuff
this
like
is-
this. You also visit
yes.
that, but yes, on our personal website, thepaperdungeon.com.
There is a command for it. I know there is.
I got it.
It is.
Oh.
We already did it. Aaron, you know what you need to do now? We need to get like one of those like glass like cases for your original logo hat.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
my hat is definitely not in mint condition.
That's
I wear
okay.
this
That's
every
okay.
day
Sure.
for the entire day.
That's
Is he wearing
okay.
it right now?
That is yes,
Yes.
he's wearing it right now.
Oh, have we already discussed this? The juicy
I
ship
was
hat?
showing it off earlier.
Juicy ship. Oh my
Are we
gosh.
playing D&D
Yeah,
today?
it's yeah.
No, we're just gonna talk. We're just hanging out.
By the
'cause
way,
I'm vibing
Lydia
with
welcome
has
to
her
Table
own
Talks.
store
We already
that she
mentioned
also sells stuff on. You should totally check it out. 'cause
Fun
it's really
fact:
Okay.
good.
table scraps
Before
took
we
over
get
Monday night.
even more scuff, which we thought it was gonna be today. Let's go ahead and get started with today's episode. So, in our previous episodes, the group now known as Fate's Gambit, the four of you guys, you guys have made your way to the refugee camps for the Ocleronian people. Majority of the time, the majority of those people being from Athala in and of itself. You guys had made your way to that camp. You guys had a couple conversations, met up with some new people, met up with some old people, and basically were just said or given the task of fighting dragons that night. Long story short, Cliff Notes version. So that night came around. You guys fought off the ancient black dragon known as Nursane, and almost killed the ancient crystal dragon known as Serlafi. She was unfortunately able to get away before you were able to strike the final blow. If Tarak wasn't dead, it probably would have happened, but
I
is what
didn't
it is.
waste a smite plummeting from the sky. Things
But
could
If I was able to hit one of my 3 attacks,
if you know, if you guys were actually decent at this game,
I don't know.
Yeah,
My
if-
Eldritch
if-
Blast
if only,
really
if only we
nailed
were
it.
good at rolling dice.
but she was able to get away. But you guys were still celebrated as heroes, as this is the first time that these refugees have actually managed to be successful in one of these basically weekly battles. And so you were given that title as Fate's Gambit or the Hope after you guys returned from that battle, and the people saw you for what you guys really are, which is these amazing heroes.
losers.
Oh, that was
After
sweet.
you were given that title, the next day, Catherine and I got up early to talk, hang out, have a great time. And they actually specifically wanted to go talk to Malice about the rod Ruat, the magical item binding them together. And so they went and talked to Malice. Malice basically confirmed that there was nothing that he could do, that this power of the rod was beyond his abilities and capabilities. And it would require you guys to fulfill the requirements of the rod, which would be to have one of you kill the other. Cather, being confident that his gods would be able to protect him, offered for Lydia to kill him instead of the other way around. And they decided that that was the best course of action. So painstakingly, Renaya, I keep saying Lydia and Cather. I just realized I've been doing that for like the last 2 minutes.
It's
Renaya
Wednesday.
and Cather, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Renaya and Cather went about this painstaking process of killing Cather. He is a tough boy. Took several spells to finally complete his murder, basically, his sacrifice. At which point, Renaya then attempted to resurrect him. It was revealed that Cather had died previously, and thus, due to the innate difficulties of returning the soul to the body, especially on multiple occasions, the spell is more difficult to complete once the body has died multiple times. And so Renaya was unable to bring Cather back, and they thought they had lost him permanently. The whole encampment had a beautiful funeral for Cather that night, as everybody memorialized Cather and allowed him to kind of become a martyr. 3 days later, while that was all going on, Cather found himself on a beautiful white beach with this vast flowing field, one that he had seen before in one of his first visions given to him by his gods. This was a magical, mythical place, one that is known as a reward for those who follow fate. And so he was able to meet with a few of the previous champions of fate, and actually was able to sit down with his 3 gods, at which point they explained that while it is a great reward and they're happy to have him here in this place of rest and refuge, that his time was not quite done yet and he still had much to do on the material plane. So after 3 days, they sent him back to the material plane with a newly refreshed body, armor, weapons, and he returned to the group. Everybody cheered and celebrated, knowing that Cather was back. Unfortunately, Kiyomura had already left before Cather was able to say hi to him. And after some kind of vague explanations of where he was going, you guys aren't quite sure what's going on with him. But you guys are just deciding to make your way to the Alasar Mountains. You know, you have a 3-week journey ahead of you guys flying on the boat, and Delondrik is going to be joining you guys. So we're going to pick up the morning of you guys leaving. This is the next day after Cather is back. You guys have had the whole day to kind of celebrate, get ready, prepare, and we'll start with Cather and Renaya waking up. You 2 of you guys waking up earlier than everybody else as you normally do, ready for the day to begin. So you're both awake. Renaya, we'll go with you first.
Me first?
Sorry,
You're
I had
first.
to get the music going. I apologize.
When I wakes up, she pokes her head out.
Yeah.
She's looks around. Sees if anybody else is up. Probably not, because she wakes up super early all the time. Will seclude herself back in her room.
Okay.
And then she'll kind of start to set up her ritual, but she doesn't like engage in it. She kind of just stares at everything. Like she's done it before, where she's got it like set up and she just kind of like thinks, and that's what she's gonna do for a little bit.
Okay. Cather, you are also waking up at this time. What would you like to do?
So, oh boy, what does Cather want to do? Can I meditate with my sword and figure out what it does?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. It does something.
Yeah, that's right.
Got to
You can
finish
shuffle
preparing
through
that.
notes if you need to.
No, I would love to shuffle through notes, except that I actually forgot to prepare the exact thing that it does. I know it's the plus 2 card now.
You know, I thought my brother loved me.
I'm sorry, I've been busy.
Oh,
It's
that
still a
reminds
cool
me,
new
DJ.
sword.
Oh.
I'll message you.
It is still a cool new
It is
sword.
still a new cool sword. That actually reminds me as well. I forgot to announce it at the end of last episode, but everybody leveled up last episode.
What?
So real
Level
quick,
9, baby.
we are now level 9, almost halfway through the campaign. Real quick, let's just go through what did everybody level up in. Aaron,
Paladin. Big
Renaya,
surprise.
Oh,
Skip her. We'll come back.
Drew,
I'm Paladin.
My
Woo!
God.
Grant, what did you level up?
Eider.
Ooh, took
Yeah.
another level in fighter.
Mhm.
And Renaya, what level did you take?
Renaya took another level in cleric.
Which means you're
We
how many
have
levels cleric, how
cleric.
many warlock?
Oh, that's, I believe, 6 cleric, 3 warlock.
And Grant, you're how many levels fighter, how many levels bard?
2 fighter, 7 bard.
Nice. Great. Yes, Drew, you meditate on your sword. You know that it's kind of sharper. It almost seems to have this celestial ring to it, and you feel as though you're more accurate with it. But the exact mechanical nature of it, Drew, you don't know yet. But
Oh, good.
you are
Oh, good.
you are,
Very,
Cool.
very ancient magic. It'll take you a little while
It would,
longer.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
take you approximately a day or so to
probably like a
finish it.
week,
yeah.
you know,
It's,
to figure out. You know.
It might be when you like after you reach the mountains, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. And then after that, I will just get up, maybe get some tea going for
Okay.
that way when Edward wakes up, he doesn't complain.
You get up, you get the tea going. After a little while, you kind of have the thought, going through and you're thinking, and you realize that this is the first morning that you have had where you didn't have to be anywhere near any of your friends. That you can go off by yourself for the first time in 10 months.
Cather just runs
a,
away.
a year.
Yeah.
Jumps off the
See it
boat.
jumps.
Yeah. So after like a minute or two, getting out the pot and getting the water, Cather will kind of just stop what he's doing for a second and just kind of like look around. He doesn't see anyone else, does he?
Nobody else is out and about at the moment.
All right. Well, then he'll put on his armor, get it, and put his get his sword strapped to his side. Yeah, we'll just go for a nice walk in the morning with the cool
Yeah.
Only
breeze.
120 feet away. Just for fun.
130 feet just to push it.
Yeah, maybe a whole 140.
Maybe just run a whole
No,
mile.
He's going
Just-
off the
just
rails.
run a mile.
guys.
You don your armor. It is extremely lightweight, being that mithril armor. And as the candlelight kind of flickers around you, you notice the different way the light reflects from that traditional kind of gunmetal gray coloration that it was to now more of this saturated. Is it saturated? I don't know if that's true, but to this more white-like appeal that it has. Kind of a brighter, shinier appeal.
Mm-hmm.
You don your armor, you make your way up onto the deck. It's actually a very cool morning. You guys are beginning to enter fall at this point. And so kind of that colder air is beginning to set in. As you look out across the field that you guys are in, there is a fairly thick layer of fog covering the whole thing. As the sun has not risen, it's about, we'll say 4 in the morning or so for you. And so it's pretty dark out. There's no sun. The only light that you have is from the candle lights around the ship as your skeletal crew just maintains the ship and makes sure that it stays floating. And then you have the light of the moon. You can see that there are little kind of patches of glowing globules of light from different torches and lamps that are spread throughout the kind of tent city that you have going there. And there is just this thick fog that you begin making your way through. After a little while, you come back after having this very blissful experience of being able to be more than 120 feet away from anyone if you wanted to be finally by yourself truly. So you go out, you return. As you return, you took about an hour to do so. It's beginning to get a little bit brighter. Sun's probably coming up in about 2 hours or so. But you make your way back onto the boat. As you're going past Renaya's quarters to get to your quarters, you do notice the flickering of light, of candlelight under Renaya's door.
I will, after that, just go just put my sword back away in my room and actually grab my my book that my black leather book. I don't know where my prop went. It's somewhere. And it grabbed like a bit of ink and quill before making my way out to the common room, finishing the tea and just writing some stuff in there.
After a little while, Tarak and Edward, you guys also both awake.
We're excited for a deathless morning. There's no sadness and pain. And
I've had a crazy couple days. I hope that this one is more normal.
I hope there's no more jasmine tea in the kitchen.
I hope there's some jasmine tea. Edward immediately gets
We
up
both
and goes to
immediately
see-
leave at the same time.
Yeah, it goes to see if there's any tea that's been prepared this morning.
Yeah, you walk out. You see Cather writing in his book with a pot of tea on the kettle, or in the kettle.
Catherine,
Just on.
I hope this becomes a tradition. You get up before me, make some tea. I get out of my bed. I walk a few steps. There's already tea. It's amazing. Puts me in a good mood right away.
I will never understand the appeal of this grass water.
It's not gutter water. Grass water, some tea.
You put grass in water and it's tea.
It's actually
What
it's
is
actually
tea
Technically,
other than
really
something
it's
in
more of
really
an
water?
art than
it's
that.
leaves, you know.
Right, not grass.
Grass, leaves. The
I mean,
same thing.
You'll
I mean,
never
really, yes,
understand.
but you know, technically.
Someday you'll understand. We'll find a tea you like.
I don't know. I feel like Tarak might be more of a coffee guy.
Coffee? Have
Oh,
you ever
what?
had coffee, Tarak?
What is that? Some kind of bug?
Catherine?
It's
bug,
well,
put
it's
it in
actually
water.
it's ground up beans in water.
Beans.
Well, okay, not like the traditional
Beans.
bean. They're actually
Like
kind
what,
of
like
more
calico?
like a pit. It's a fruit. We will
It's
talk
a
about
fruit?
this. Yes, maybe we
Fruit
can get some while
beans.
we go. Maybe the dwarven stronghold has it. It's kind of hard to get your hands on.
You are disgusting people.
Pour some tea.
Run I up yet? Run I should have dropped like
The
4 hours
jagged
ago.
Alasar Mountains with their lush and rich coffee fields.
Finally, a calm.
Just
Yeah.
whole
All in
cups
the
of
morning.
coffee grow up out of the ground.
Yeah. I believe Renai is awake. I think she was doing some of her more morning routine. I kind of left her. I figured I'd let her. Yeah.
I will call, but not like loud enough to be too annoying, but loud enough to hear in case she's actually doing something important. Ronaya, there's gross grass water if you want it. We're in the living room having a wonderful time.
It's jasmine tea.
After a minute, her head pokes out.
Good morning.
How do we have
Hi.
Edward? How do we have so much jasmine?
I don't know. I didn't
Came with
requisition
the
it.
ship. Skeletons like jasmine tea.
Does it have an infinite shelf life? This boat was in here for a long time.
It's
You guys have been drinking fermented jasmine tea.
Maybe that's why you enjoy it so much. Oh, well, today is the day that we leave. I suppose that we should. Well, I mean, how soon do we leave? Pretty quick, right?
In a couple hours.
A couple hours. We should probably say goodbye to those that we need to say goodbye to.
Right.
Finish up anything we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
How much do we need to do? Is there anything crazy?
I need to say goodbye to Lada and Malice.
Probably should say
Yeah,
our
great.
farewells to Karam as well, since he's parting ways with us.
Didn't he already like skedaddle?
Not
was Kiamura.
Imora.
Wait, who? Oh, to Karam. Oh, shoot.
Remember the one with the little what was it?
with the
It-
small
Oh,
with the
yeah.
small demon. that
Sorry,
Yes,
you
Pockets.
say
Oh,
Horndelf
where's
with tattoos,
Pockets?
and my brain goes straight to Kiamura.
You don't know where Pockets is.
Oh. Oh no.
You signed up for this, Lydia. Remember that.
I would very much like to say
I'm
We
goodbye.
all
going
know
to
he's
start,
in the
like,
jasmine tea barrel.
Trying to subtly look for where Pockets is.
He's just
Okay.
eating the fermented tea.
Just roll an investigation check.
Oh my goodness.
Are you sure you don't want it to be your passive perception?
No, I don't.
No, this is
Uh,
actively looking. That you know.
Okay, that's fair,
14.
that's fair.
14? You go back to your room, because that's the last place you saw him. Kind of start looking around. You notice over by the door, there's
couple scratch marks on the door. Kind of follow them, and you realize that there's like a trail of these scratches and indents in the wood as Pockets has like crawled up the walls and the ceiling, traveled across, up the stairs, and then across the deck, and then over the side of the rail, and then you can't see.
Pocket. I'm gonna keep following the trail, just whispering, and then once
The trail goes over the rail.
once it goes over the rail, she's like, "Oh no."
I like to imagine we're just having the conversation as we're not walking.
It's just in the background,
forwards
it's
and
just going back and forth.
up and
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
Pockets is he's in
What?
the closet, the one with the
Your
tray.
raccoon?
Yes,
Oh, yes, the raccoon.
but not raccoon version of Pockets is
Oh,
out
yeah.
and about.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
I don't see a downside to
Let's
this.
go find the small demon. As Cather stands
I think
up,
this is great. This is
he
a great
goes
solution
back
to
to
the
his
problem.
room,
Pockets.
grabs his sword, and
I
makes his
know.
way
It's
up.
going to be a
Ginger,
calm
who is still
morning.
kind of curled up on your pillow, wakes up at this point and goes and crawls over to you, and kind of buries herself beneath your long hair to stay warm.
Mhm. I pull up my little oh shoot, what is it called? I don't know what it's called. It's not technically a scarf, but my
A buff.
I don't know.
I know what it is.
What's it called, Grant?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
What? Wait, hold on. What are we talking about?
It's like it's kind
it's
of
like
like
a
it's kind of
scarf,
it's kind of like or like a
but
shawl.
An
it's
ascot?
puffy. Ascot.
No,
That's
it's
it.
not. But it's not an
No.
ascot.
Not quite an ascot.
Anyway,
It's a turtleneck.
Anyway.
Scarf.
You're yeah.
The
Yeah.
neck warmer.
Sure,
So-
my neck warmer. I pull it up around Ginger a little bit. There
Okay.
you go.
You
It's
guys
his hair.
go out. Where are you guys going?
Pockets.
Um.
I'm assuming we follow
Is
the
he
direction.
sick?
He's sick.
Is he sick?
Does he have something that he
or
wears?
does he perhaps carry disease?
I don't
Like a
think.
rat?
I don't think
He,
so.
he doesn't have a necklace or a ring that he wears.
No,
Oh, I'm gonna call up my bat,
Ring.
hunt little raccoon thing,
It is a
but like
closet.
don't kill.
What
Perhaps,
sounds
ma'am.
do bats make? Squeak, 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 squeak.
Kind
But
of.
they go, don't they go
Like-
or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Ah.
Wow.
Is that what we determined?
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Oh yeah, that's the one. Umreka. I'm gonna
So
fly
you
some-
hear Umreka
Umreka.
in your head
God.
as the bat as it goes hunting for a raccoon.
You might
You regret guys your leave word the ship?
choice later.
Can it try to find it from an aerial's perspective? Perhaps as a tracking survival check?
Go ahead and do a survival check. I'm gonna say with disadvantage because
I'm okay
you
with
said
this.
raccoon and Pockets is not currently in a raccoon-like state.
I said raccoon thing, it knows.
I don't think
It can sense it.
Spaghetti-o. That would be a good like spaghetti brand. Anyway,
It's not bad. I want you to know, if it wasn't with disadvantage, it would have been a natural 20.
Well, that's
Um,
why I like screwing you.
Wait, hold on. If it is listening for it using its echolocation, right?
Okay.
It gains advantage while using its hearing.
Let's
To cancel out the
Now,
disadvantage.
question:
Please.
Yeah.
I'll re-roll
is it able to discern the sounds of the small, not raccoon, from all the other
Bats hunt
creatures
using
and animals?
echolocation.
Just because it's funny. Sure. Yeah. You're kind of taking on the senses of this bat. Can you see what it sees and hears what it hears? Is that
I
something
can
you do?
mentally communicate with it, but I don't think I can exactly see and hear through it.
Okay.
But I
okay.
am doing this as track.
Yeah. Your bat hears kind of
Dive!
it goes diving down and hears a as
Wait,
from
I think he's got it.
underneath the boat from Pockets hanging, kind of like a chimpanzee, like a monkey hanging from the bottom of the boat, gets swept up by this gargantuan war
Its name is
bat
Grosh.
named Grosh, and flies under, pulling up on the starboard side, kind of coming up and over, and then spiraling down as Pockets is like beating on its face as it's like half in its mouth.
Oh my gosh.
Who's a good war bat?
Pockets.
Who's a good war bat?
Pockets. Oh no.
It drops Pockets, and he just like immediately goes over to you and I, and just like crawls up onto the
Oh.
back of your like back, and then up onto your shoulder, and just kind of like.
See, this is why you don't wander off, Pockets.
Renaya, be careful. That
we
thing's
have
angry.
the strangers' pets.
I think Pockets is my favorite to DM though.
And
Pockets
you
is funny.
didn't
Pockets
want
is
to give her a
so good.
closet.
It's true. I didn't want to give it to her. Now that you guys have found Pockets, you have Grosh. Sorry, this is bat number 3. I'm losing it.
Yeah, well, you keep killing my bats, so this is on
Putting
you.
your bats in stupid situations. So-
It's called flying them. They're mounts. What am I supposed to do?
But you guys now all have all of your companions. Wait, Grant, we need to get you a pet.
Do we?
Do
I mean,
we?
we all kind of joint have Ginger as a pet in a way.
No.
Eh. I mean, they kind
Anyway.
of get along, right?
What would you guys like to do with your morning?
Edward, do you have anyone you need to greet?
I'd like to say goodbye to Takaram, but honestly, I just want a calm, serene.
We've got some
morning.
training to do, but we can do it on the flight there.
No, not the training.
I'm actually going to take like the scarf Malice gave me, and I'm gonna like take Quasar aside for a second and be like, okay, you can't do that ever again, okay? Don't wander off. Can't wander off. Okay, I'm going to give you this because it's going to serve a very specific purpose, but this is very important to me, so don't destroy it, okay? No, you're not gonna hold it. I'm going to give you a little leash, and I'm going to make Pockets a leash out of my scarf.
Oh, an animal handling check.
Oh my goodness, this is one of my best.
Technically, it's a fiend, so I don't know if it qualifies as an animal.
It's a 15.
Pretty good.
Make
So-
a fiend handling check.
Have you guys have ever had like a cat, like a wet cat, that you're like trying to like dry off and
All
towel,
the
and
time.
all it wants to do is
All
like
the
get
time.
away and run away from you?
Pockets.
That's Pockets. This thing is struggling and trying and clawing,
No.
and then after you get this leash on it, the best visual aid I can give is, you know when Frodo and Sam first like capture Gollum and they like tie a string around his neck and like dragging him through the canyon.
So it's like
That's
putting a
his
harness on a
closet. He's
cat.
like, ah! As he's like pulling on it and like kind of feeling like he's being dragged behind you. He's not a fan.
This will
That
teach you
looks
not to
great.
wander off.
It starts swearing at you in Abyssal.
Okay, yeah,
Pet
sure.
owner right there.
Anyway,
So, anything else you guys like to do with your morning?
I have no one that I need to say goodbye to.
Takaram.
Wish to Karam good luck for me.
Lada
not
would
saying
probably
goodbye.
want you to say goodbye to her.
Who?
Lada?
Lada? Me?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I mean,
I
she
mean-
probably wants to see all of us before we go.
I feel
That's
like that's
true.
more of a you thing, though.
But she loves all of you guys.
I mean, yeah, you can. I don't know. She knows what I look like.
That's okay. You're going to come with me.
Okay, fine, whatever.
To
Let's
Lada.
go.
You guys go to go see
Onward.
Lada. Awesome. Great.
We go to
So
see
glad we're
Lada
doing
and
this.
friends.
Group
You
them all
guys
in one big room.
make your way down and make your way over to Lada's tent. You guys can see little bits of smoke coming up out of the chimney, her like wood burning stove chimney that she has inside of her tent. There's a faint smell of different spices, kind of apple and cinnamon, maybe a little turmeric, a couple different kind of
Some
very like
cloves,
fall like smells coming from the tent.
nutmeg.
Nutmeg, that's a good one. Hazelnut. There's also possibly like baked bread. Maybe you can't quite tell. It's a lot of different scents coming as you guys approach Lada's tent, which now also has like a couple of flowers. It's like she's like hopeful again, so she's like decorated a little bit. You know.
Yeah, we're gonna ruin that.
Nada.
Come in. I've made breakfast. Come on.
Oh,
Breakfast. Yes.
Okay.
Please no fish.
You guys
Here
enter into the tent.
we go.
Who are you bringing to?
And she has kind of that little table
have
off the
gods.
side. It's kind of like it's a round table that kind of really can only fit 3 people, but you guys managed to squeeze in 4, and then Tarak's off to the side.
Just stand in the doorway.
Yeah, but she's made bread, and then there's also kind of like almost like a goulash of squash and corn and potatoes and pumpkin and all these different vegetables, along with the little chunks of some sort of meat. You're not quite sure. As she pours out bowls for each of you guys, gives everyone a chunk of bread, and then a little bit of kind of like an apple cider, basically warm drink for the cold morning. Eat, go eat.
Right.
Take 6 bowls.
Thank you.
The dishes. Okay, well that's fine.
It's faster
You're
than
just
just
coming by.
refilling 6 times.
We're gonna get ready to go here soon. So.
Okay, all right. I figured as much. That's why I figured I'd make a nice breakfast for everybody.
I have a favor to ask of you for
course.
while I'm away.
Yes.
I kind of need to like reserve a lot of my magic for scary encounters because I find those all the time. So do you think you could just like keep trying to message Kiamora, and if you hear anything, write to me about it?
Yes, I'd be able to do that. That's something I can do.
Okay. Because hopefully I'll be able to send him a message today, but he's been very vague with me. So.
Well, I will do my best to convince him that he can speak to me. I do think that you all are much closer to him than I am.
Right.
And so he's probably going to be much more willing to talk to you. But I will still try.
But also it's
to
nice
get
just
through
to
him.
have somebody to like constantly check in,
Of
give him
course.
that. kind of
I
comfort.
would be happy to check in on him.
Thanks, Lada.
Lada,
course.
I also have a request.
Okay.
It seems to me, I've known you for a bit of time now, and I've heard some pretty incredible things about your travels.
Well,
And well, all I want to say is, you seem like you know what you're doing for the most part, or at least you've had quite a bit of experience. And there's a lot of people here, and it seems like there's a shortage of leadership. I think there's plenty of leadership in the individuals here, but if you think about, numbers, the ratio, it's quite extreme. So there's just a lot of room for things to go awry, I guess. That makes me a bit
Okay.
nervous, especially in situations like this. Just update me, if you could. You don't have
Okay.
to update me about every little thing, just if there's something that needs to be known on our end.
Okay.
But also, don't be afraid to say something if something needs to be said. Yeah, I think it's
I
fine
have-
if you tell people what to do here. There's not much of a hierarchy as it is.
yes. Revoluthel and myself have been maintaining kind of a split leadership type of position. And
Good.
I've never been afraid to tell someone off, basically.
I'm
So,
true, I
sure
know.
that's true. I believe it.
but
it just
I
makes
would
me
agree,
nervous.
leadership is needed. And so I've actually been wanting to talk to Revoluthel about trying to get a few almost caretakers or kind of mayors, people that are just of an elevated position that can kind of organize different groups of people, since we have I think close to 40,000 people in these camps across
Really?
like 6 miles. So it's a big camp, and I
You know who
totally
would be
agree.
great at that job?
Who?
Charles.
I haven't seen Charles in a while.
Really?
I
Well,
don't-
he's
I don't
probably been
know
busy.
where he is. Yeah. But I also wanted to talk to your mother about it as well, as she does have a little sway with the people a little bit. But we'll see.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to love responsibility, so
Yeah,
We'll see
she's
about that.
she's just a little bit reclusive, I guess. She likes to stay to herself.
Sure, that is true.
But I trust
But yes,
you.
I will keep you updated on any developments within our camp.
Thank you. Mostly just because I can't be here. And I wish I could, but there are more important things at stake.
I would agree. Any other requests?
What are these strange, starchy, sweet things?
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
She goes over and she pulls up just a raw sweet potato.
Bite out of it like an apple.
Oh,
Oh,
gross. You're supposed to cook those.
normally you cook them. I'm sure that's a little firm.
I don't know. I'm taking
Don't
this
you
with
take
me.
a second bite. Don't you do it.
Taking a second bite.
Gross.
You guys will need much sustenance. Here, she goes over and she just grabs the full bag of sweet potatoes. Here, Tarak.
Actually, I don't want to stress you. I'm sure that food will be. You all need it here more than we will. I've got it.
Okay, all right. If you insist, you sure?
Yeah.
You
Pretty
get a little
good
like
at
little
doing
like
stuff.
marshmallow, some nutmeg. Really good.
Marshmallow. You
A
have marshmallow here?
marshmallow,
I haven't had
Marshmallow.
marshmallow in
As
a
in-
while.
It's
like a
Really good in hot
swampy
chocolate?
bog,
no.
like a marsh,
I'll have to make you some marshmallow sometime.
a marshmallow,
We'll
Yes.
for
like
sure be
like
back
a
for that.
not quite sad, but just overall disappointed. That sounds like a terrible food.
Mellow, more like just like chill, like relaxed.
A relaxed bog. People are weird. Where do we gotta go next? Who are we talking to?
I will
By the
see
way,
when you
thank
go
you for
off.
the food.
Of course.
On time
Lotta,
limit.
have you seen Takaram and Delondrik around at all?
Last I saw Takaram, he when was the last I saw Takaram? I don't know. Delondrik was in his tent. I don't know when the last time I saw Takaram was.
Right,
I think after the battle, but that was a few days ago. So
right.
We'll find him.
Yeah.
Okay.
We head over to Delondrik's house.
Love you, Lada.
tent.
Hug.
beautiful. She gives
Let's
you a
go
hug
see
and a
Papa
kiss on the
D.
forehead.
Bye, Lada.
You guys leave,
Have-
make your way over to Delondrik's tent, which is being broken down and packed up. A couple other dwarves are helping out Delondrik. They look to be also Alasarian, with all the different adornments in their beard, jewelries, gems, gold, chucks and chunks, braided hair, whole 9 yards. Delondrik is definitely the longest, biggest, most luxurious of the 4 of them, but all of them have at least a little bit of adornment.
How
And so
heavy
his
is
tent is
his
being
beard?
packed, broken down. What was that?
How heavy is his beard?
Very.
Oh my gosh, his beard, like if you like lifted it up, it'd probably be about 40 pounds. His neck is freaking
Do
strong.
you
Yeah.
do you ask this in character?
Yeah.
How heavy is that?
I don't know. But
the-
some of the eldest of their tribe require people to walk alongside them to carry it.
that is just sounds
It's
exhausting.
true. It is.
Yes.
This is actually not my full adornment. When meetings at Dort Dolar are taking place, and the exact extravagance of my authority needs to be presented, I have 2 kind of like handmaidens, I guess you can kind of say.
Beard
that will-
bearers.
Beard bearers. Maybe we should
Yeah.
start using that as a title.
It's a good too.
That is a good title. The
We
beard.
call them
bearer.
BBs for short.
BBs.
Babies.
Mm,
Interesting. But anyways, my beard would be put into extensions, or extensions would be put into my beard, and then I have about another 60 pounds of adornment that I can add. So it's extremely heavy. This is about 40 pounds right now. He splits his head, or not his head, his the back of his hair. Oh, excuse me.
Paper
He,
became a horror.
splits his braids so they all come around, and you can see. You know how Aaron's thumb, he can flex his thumb.
It's true.
It's true. It'll probably be hard to see on stream,
Tan muscle.
but you can just see like rippling muscles along his neck as he's like flexing just to keep his head up. Yeah, it's pretty great.
All right. Well, we just wanted to inform you that we are making our final preparations before we leave. If you'd like to just meet us at our ship, and we will be there shortly.
Fantastic. I will start having my men prepare my things.
Great. And you haven't seen Takaram at all, have you?
I thought I saw him this morning making his way to the main tent. I'm not sure. He was asking about where he could procure his own tent, so.
Right. Okay. We will make our way there. Thank you so much.
Takaram.
You guys make your way to the main tent, at which point you do see him talking with, it looks like a soldier with some ceremonial Athalian armor, the old school Athalian armor where he has the maroon sash and it's not black, it's an actual like normal metal with a little bit of the gold accenting it.
Nice.
You guys approach as Takaram kind of nods and turns, Poyo popping up onto Takaram's shoulders. So, I believe you're all off then, correct?
We are,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Very soon.
Thank you so much for all your help, Takaram. I
course.
don't know if
Thank
we
you.
could have made it this far without your assistance.
Definitely
I-
not.
The feeling is extremely mutual. Even though my adventure was not as successful as I was hoping, it was successful in other ways with new friends and now a new adventure. So I'm very much appreciative of it. And Poyo, if nothing else, is very appreciative. And he hands Poyo over to you, Renaya.
Yay.
Poyo just goes up and he just very almost mournfully just puts one paw against your cheek and then pulls back.
So, if you ever hear like me in your noggin, it's probably me just saying hi. So
What's your
Okay,
moral
keep that in
compass?
mind.
it's a spell, and then I can like talk to you, and then you can talk back. But you only have like you have limited amount of words, so choose your words carefully, and don't be vague because I really hate vague.
No vague, limited words,
Yes.
limited word count. It's like Twitter.
What's that?
Not
Yes,
like that.
we
Sure.
speak through the birds as the druids do.
And Takaram, I heard that you're looking to set up your own tent, so you're sticking around?
Well, I'm not going with you, and at least for the next little bit while I figure out my next arrangements, yes, I will be staying here.
Well then, we probably will see you again. Hopefully, anyways.
I hope so. It just
The
depends.
same
I don't-
spot is open if you want. You've been to the waste before. You're druid are real handy.
I have been to the Waste before, and I don't really ever want to go back.
Could be fun. It would be.
I appreciate the offer, but no, I must say no. I have my own personal quests that I am trying to complete, and new challenges or old challenges that have just resurfaced. Yes, so actually, now that I think about it, oh well, actually no, he wouldn't have that. So again, he was gonna hand you the key to the ship, but the ship is floating, so it has to
Well,
have the key
good.
in it. So, well, I don't want to keep you all waiting. I know you have much to do in preparation for leaving, but it was a pleasure seeing you all. He goes over and gives you a hug, Renaya. As he
Yay.
does, Poyo like wraps his kind of self around like the side of your head from your shoulder.
Head scratch.
He pulls back.
Edward gives him a hug.
Edward.
And he says, I wish you best of luck on your personal quests. You've
Thank
been
you.
around a
You as
while.
well.
I would love to someday sit down and maybe hear about your adventures and maybe write them down or something.
That sounds lovely. I would very much enjoy that.
Well,
So,
long.
Tarak sticks out a hand.
Firm handshake
Mhm.
from an acceptable distance.
Yep. You know, 6 feet away.
I wish you luck in your fool's errand, and I hope to never see your hellspawn ever again.
He scritches Poyo. And Cather. He sticks out a hand.
Yeah, I'll take it. This
Well-
has been a pleasure. Good luck.
Of course. Thank you. You as well. So long.
We all
Farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Poyo crawls
Hate
up onto
to go.
Takaram's head and just
Goodbye.
as you guys leave.
Last but not least, I need to go say bye to Malins.
I would have missed Poyo.
I won't.
Drew is going to miss Poyo. Like,
I won't.
Now you get Pocket, a little
I
demon.
got pockets.
Yeah.
He's adorable. I like that hellspawn way better.
I don't know, man. It's already
He'll
caused
grow
enough
on.
problems.
Perhaps like an infectious disease, but he'll
Renaya,
grow.
do you want to go by yourself? Or.
You guys are welcome to come if you want, but you don't have to.
I mean, I didn't have to do any of this, but I'm already here.
I
Up
don't
to
want
you.
to bother Malice any more than I have to. I'll go back to the ship.
Well, if Edward's going back to the ship, I should probably go back to the ship. I've got to run through the ringer.
Dang it! I was hoping to get some time.
We've
away
got
from you.
burpees today.
I know.
I'm sorry, Edward.
It's fine. It's every day. Every
It's
day.
every day,
It is
bro.
every
Sword.
day.
All right. Well, then you two can head back to the ship and make sure everything's ready, and Renaya and I will see you in a bit.
Come on, if we run, we can make it in 10 minutes.
No, can't we just have 15?
Already gone.
Gosh.
There's a dust
Imagine-
silhouette of Tarak.
Imagine if Tarak and Edward were bonded.
No,
Oh my God.
stop right there.
Edward
Stop
would have died
right
a long
there.
time ago.
I do have one piece of the rod in my hammer.
I don't like where this
Is that? Oh. Anyway, you don't know anything about that.
Hey. Whoop.
So
Yeah.
the two of you, Cather and Renat, you guys make your way over to where you can see Malice is hanging out. He's kind of patrolling the. He was patrolling when you guys last saw him. As you guys make your way through the tents with the other occasional like random tree, you guys find him laying on his back playing with a butterfly.
Malice.
He like sits his head up, and then kind of slowly crawls up before just reaching out as the butterfly's like still resting on his finger, and he just like, you know how you can like transfer it, he just like transfers it onto your forehead.
Wow. Okay, we're getting ready to go.
He physically, like his demeanor changes to kind of go from this happy like, oh, I'm playing with a butterfly, to, oh, my favorite person in the world is leaving.
Don't do that. Don't come here. And I'm like waving him closer.
Crawls closer.
Boop.
Can't do that. Malice is so hard to DM. He's so hard to roleplay.
It's okay. We all know.
He kind of pulls back and shakes his head a little bit before booping you, and then going over and booping you, Cather, as well. And then like kind of giving you like a little like lifting your chin a little bit and then a little pat.
To me?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Aw. Okay. Yeah. I'll keep talking though, and I'll hold up my holy symbol. You're doing great.
He goes like this, and like a illusion of your holy symbol pops up.
More than matching. Okay. Thank you.
I give a slight bow to Malice before turning.
Malice kind of gets up, stands to the full length of his height as he towers 20 feet in the air, and then just a slight bow.
Never gonna
Okay.
get used
As
to
you
this.
guys begin making your way back, he just waves.
I keep waving.
He
As,
keeps
as I'm like pulling Renaya.
Bye, Malice.
Eventually, he just keeps waving until you guys are out of view. As you guys make your way back up, the encampment kind of has like a rolling hill that goes through it. So you guys make your way up towards the top of kind of that rolling hill. And you look back, and Malice is no longer waving, but he's once again standing. Now he's like playing with a butterfly again.
I love him.
Who
So-
stocked the pantry? Because I found a bag of what appears to be beef sticks.
Beef
They're
sticks.
great. It's like sticks of beef.
Yeah, well, I know what a beef stick is. And do you think this is a recent thing? It can't have been here since, like, the ship got lost, right?
There's
So you didn't
enough.
stock it?
The Delondrik comes in. I see you found the beef sticks.
Oh, it was
They're
Delondrik.
great.
Wait, what else
Aren't
did you
they?
put in the ship?
Beef sticks, Twinkies, granola,
I
can't
don't
think
think
of
I've
it.
ever tried a
Roll-ups.
Twinkie.
some fruit roll-ups,
Granola
you
is
know,
good.
gummy bears.
Did you grab
Cinnamon-
the gushers? Because you can't forget the gushers.
Dude, the gushers.
I don't know, they
course I
get
didn't
stuck in
forget
your
the
teeth
gushers.
too much.
Oh, of course you would complain.
Well, I just don't like gushers. all that
Gushers
much,
are a
alright?
gift from gods on either side of the track.
Actually, this is a good segue. Where would you like me to be staying? I don't know if you want me
The
down
Durham's
below.
cabin just opened up.
Fantastic. Which one is that?
Down the hall to the left. Follow the hallway down.
Left.
3 doors to the right. Go into that.
Three doors
That's a
right.
broom closet. It's not that one. Go across the hall. 4 more doors down. There's another T section. Take another
Wow.
right, then another
This is
right
a
on the other section.
huge
Take
ship.
a left.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
We'll
I
have some
never
of the-
realized
we'll-
that there are
we'll-
40 rooms in this massive ship.
If
We'll
you
have
hit the
some of
standing room of
skeletons.
skeletons, you've gone too far.
Hey, you two. I point out 2 skeletons that are kind of doing their thing over there. I say, could you show Delondrik to his, to Karam's room? No longer to Karam.
Remember,
Delondrik is
it's
now
the
staying.
one down the hallway to the left.
Oh, Delondrik, don't worry about
My-
the skeletons. They're harmless.
Minecraft skeleton noises as they make their way down the hallway, guiding
Oh, no, they're
Someone
fighting
dropping
each
a bunch
other.
of Legos.
Delondrik makes his way down, begins making his room presentable. He basically throws everything out and replaces it all with the stuff in his tent.
Is
Wonderful.
Catherine and I back at the ship?
Yes, you guys just got back to the ship.
Nice. All right. Well, I think it is that time, as Cather takes the helm, and away we go.
Cue adventure music.
So you guys,
Wait, but
Cather,
that's
as you take
copyright,
the
so that's what we
helm,
say.
Oh, shoot. Oh.
See, it's
most
different.
of the encampment kind of cheers and waves as you take off. Cather, you at the helm. There's a slight breeze causing your hair to kind of just billow just a little bit.
Just a little bit, you know, like
as the
Fabio.
sails.
The sun
Phil.
gleaming off of his
Oof.
armor.
With a
All,
nice
all of
new
the people
shimmer.
of the camp looking up. What is that bright light? It is Cather,
It's just
shining
blinding.
in the morning sun. like
Baby
the
oil
risen-
lathered.
But you
Fanning
guys,
its purple body.
The hope of the world.
you guys rise high into the air and begin making your way basically due east, basically straight across Vaxilem to the Alasar Mountains. It's about a 3-week journey. So,
Nice.
in those 3 weeks, what would you guys like to do?
Track and Edward have a training session at least one time in those weeks.
Okay.
Would
A
imagine-
specific one that I would like to cover.
Right. We
Okay.
probably train at least.
Oh, we train every day. You don't
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
rest days.
Wreck.
We knock it out in the morning so that we.
Rest
those-
days are for winners.
Brant, when we work out next week, we'll have rest days.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the
Yeah,
whole
that's our
week.
plan. Well, technically Monday is my rest day, so Monday. Anyway, moving on. Let's do it this way. In the first of the 3 weeks, is there anything you guys would like to do? Yes.
I have
Cather.
one too.
Thank
Day
you
one.
Thank you for volunteering.
Yes, I volunteer as tribute.
Okay.
Day 1 of travel, I go and find Renaya.
Okay.
She's somewhere. Put her somewhere on the boat.
She's Renaya is in her rooms trying to figure out a diaper-like situation for Pockets.
Pockets, stay still. Pockets, stop. You're squirming. Stop,
Uh,
stop. Hey, did you just try to bite me?
Renaya,
Yeah?
can I? What is going on in there?
Oh, so Kate, fine, you win this time. And I go and I open the door.
Should I come back another time?
No, it's just Pockets.
Right. Pockets.
Trying to figure out the whole leash. Like, can't have him leaving the boat while we're in the air, you know.
I think I have a spare belt.
I don't know. I like the pink of the scarf. Look, it's a little bow. Anyway.
Can I? Well, do you have a moment? I just wanted to talk to you for a little bit. See how you were doing.
Yeah. Do you want to come in?
That would be lovely.
Step back.
Just sit down on the bed.
As you go in and sit down, Pockets kind of creeps up behind you,
Pockets.
and he's just reaching into your pocket.
Pockets. Pockets. Oh, I'll get it back later. Don't worry about
I
it.
assume I have to mark off like 3 gold.
Yeah, it's 1 silver.
This one's over. Okay, cool.
You'll get it back. Don't worry.
Being a single mom is a lot of work.
Especially when they're this age. Like,
Oh,
Terrible
terrible.
just
twos.
monsters, honestly. Like little hell demons.
Oh
My favorite word is mine. Quasitus. Same thing.
It's like he thinks I can't see him, but I'm staring right at him. Pockets was a good name for him, though.
Anyway, how are you feeling? You, past several days has been quite a bit.
Right. Weird, but like better in the past few days than a few days ago.
Right. I am very sorry for what I put you through. While I don't regret what happened, I am sorry that it pained you. But it won't happen again.
You knew that you were gonna be fine? That they were gonna bring you back?
I was pretty confident. The whole dying before thing being brought back. Kind of, well, I figure I don't get to rest until I'm finished.
Why didn't you tell me about that part?
I didn't know what would happen. Honestly, I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't matter. And obviously I was wrong. And I figured that I would die in the 6 seconds it took you to cast your spell. I would perhaps get some sort of vision of something, and then you would bring me back. But obviously it didn't happen that way.
Yeah. I'm sorry too. For a few things, actually. First, I'm sorry I couldn't bring you back.
Don't worry about it. It wasn't your fault.
But it was kind of... It's what I'm supposed to do. And I didn't do it. But I'm also sorry because at your funeral, Volna told us kind of how the whole ceremony thing was supposed to go, and you're supposed to put like something in the pyre to like remember you and things like that, and I didn't do that. I almost did. I was gonna do my old holy symbol, but then that was like the only thing I had of you, and I didn't want to do that, so I didn't. Sorry if that was wrong.
You did nothing wrong, Renaya. You were isolated, and there was nobody that could really help you. I mean, I understand that you blame yourself, despite the fact that, despite whether or not I think you did anything wrong, but I can't change how you feel about yourself. That's the reality of the situation. I can only do what I can to help. But you did what you were comfortable with, and what you felt was best. I cannot blame you for that.
May I be honest with you, Cather?
Please. I would... Go ahead.
When you died, when I killed you, I think for the first time in my life, I actually understood what guilt was. But like even now, like guilt still feels like too simple of a word for it. Like it's there's a lot more to it, and I've never felt like that before. And you know about my upbringing and what that means about what I've done. I've taken a lot of lives. But Cather, I didn't take yours. Yours I lost. And then I wasn't enough to get you back. And that's new.
Well, I have my fair share of guilt. And while I cannot offer any remedy to feeling guilt, I can just offer you another perspective. Guilt is sad and it hurts, but it is not inherently a bad thing. It's not inherently wrong. Guilt implies that there's something that we can improve upon, something that we can do better. Guilt implies that perhaps the next time we can find a new way to our solutions. And while I don't know of any alternative solution to our curse, guilt can be the thing that drives you to do better and improve yourself. It certainly is what drives me. And the idea that someday I will be able to relax again.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of know the answer, I think, based on my experience dying, but I don't know, because this was your second time, and I haven't died twice before. Did you hear me at all? Or any of us?
DM, did I hear them at all? No? Okay, I didn't think so. No, unfortunately.
You said you saw the grove. Did you see the gods too?
Yes, I saw a beautiful pasture with the 3 previous champions, and then I came upon the grove itself at the heart of it all, and that is where I saw my 3 gods.
Did they say anything to you?
We spoke some, yes. Not a lot, though. Not many words needed to be said. I got what I wanted out of it. Mm-hmm. And I understand more so my role, the part that I play.
Are you still having to like keep an eye on me? That's like the nicest way to put it.
Well, yes, but not for the same reasons.
Okay.
I forget, you don't like vague. I think, and while I cannot firmly establish this, but I now understand my role to be Adaria, Orgol, and Ozurlok are the 3 gods of death. They are the final judges of one soul. However, it seems as though, when the time comes, they need a champion to act as fate. To be that hand of guidance in the world. How often? Hard to tell. But it seems at least, well, there's been 4 different people, including myself. And depending on how long they lived, it's perhaps 4 generations. Perhaps longer. But while I am here, I am the one who is charged with governing over fate. And with that, I've discovered the new role that I play in this cosmic game of chess. Before, I understood that there was a path for me and that I was following it. In this metaphorical forest of a world. Now I am the path maker. I am the one charged with protecting the forest and guiding others through it and making their own paths. And that is going to include you, Renaya. I want you...
Sure.
I'm positive. I want you to make your own path.
Absolutely sure.
I'm absolutely positive, Renaya. You get to make your path. Alright? Doesn't matter what I want. Doesn't matter what Malice or Grotz wants. It's about what you want. And I am simply here to help you get that. And I know I sound perhaps a bit backwards.
I just... Pretty sure your gods don't like me.
Why would you say that?
Well, the kind of the gods of like death and fate, right?
Right.
And my life has kind of been nothing but like murder and terrible fates. So I feel like that's kind of my first clue that they don't like me. And then second, they did in fact tell you could kill me. And that one is kind of less of a clue and more of like a really, really big red flag that they're just like waving.
Well,
And then I also may have threatened them a little bit. But I mean, like it doesn't really matter because I couldn't really do anything anyway.
you were angry. And you were hurt. What you may have said to them, it is all right.
Did they say that, or are you like just saying it's okay to make me feel better?
I'm saying it because I know it to be true. And Renaya, I think whether or not the good or bad ending for your life is true or is what is meant to be, I think that is more of a test for myself than anything. A test for me to begin to understand that I choose fate.
But if you choose fate, but you choose for me to choose my fate,
It gets complicated.
it's really complicated. My brain's
think
so small.
Think of it this way. I am here to help.
Okay.
And I have the given authority to provide it. And in regards to whether or not my gods hate you, I think that is far from the truth. I think the gods, and particularly my gods, see you as a great ally. And I know that because without you, people like me would not exist. People who get a second chance at life and purpose. Renaya, if you hadn't killed me, I don't know if I would ever get to this point that I can firmly say and understand why I was brought back 18 years ago. 19 now. If it weren't for the two of us getting bonded, or Melora and I getting bonded in the first place, or Melora finding the rod in the first place. All of this was set in motion because the 6 and 4 of us are trusted with one of the grandest tales in the cosmos. Something that will be told for millennia. And you are being trusted with that story. Just like myself. Just like Tarak and Edward. Just like Melora and Havel were. We are being given an opportunity to change the course of history. And you, just like everyone else, play a very critical and important role in that. So while you might feel that my gods hate you, at least trust me enough to say that that is not the case.
Okay.
Alright? Now, like I said before, I'm here to help as much as I can, and if Grotz is here to do the same, then I can deal with it. It's, as far as I can tell,
Yeah.
he has provided no harm to you, and just is seeking to help in his own way, and I can't blame him for that. Now, the methods at which he helps, is maybe another matter.
You did show up when you died. He didn't come over or anything, but
He didn't come mark me up with some demon stuff, did he?
no, he can't have.
All right, I'm just being sure.
He stood a bit of ways, just to make his presence known.
All right. Well, that does help actually. A little bit, just a little bit.
And he did give me pockets. I turn back and look at pockets.
That just
Pockets is currently hanging upside down, staring at the coin.
Oh, he's not gonna give that back. I give Gather a silver.
thanks. Do you have any other questions or thoughts, concerns?
Solid debrief.
No, I think that was pretty much important stuff.
Well, good. Cather pulls out a deck of cards.
Okay, what are we doing now?
He just starts shuffling them.
What
Have
are
you-
you doing?
Have you ever played a game called War before?
No, that does not sound fun.
All right.
Especially not in the situation we are currently in.
Well, it's a very simple.
Game's around the
It's
corner.
it's a very simple game, and it's a good way to pass the time. And I play a game or two
Yeah.
of War with
Well,
Renai.
Yeah,
play
before
explaining war.
no, we're not gonna explain the most basic of card games. If you don't know how to play War, look it up. It's very easy. It's not complicated. It's the one you learn when you're 6. So
My turn,
Uh,
my turn, my turn, my turn.
you guys
I have
have
something to do.
this beautiful moment. Is it on day 1, Grant?
It's a-
No, it's probably on day week 2.
Okay. Anything else that wants to happen week 1?
Everything.
Towards the end of week 1, I will do a thing, but you've got it, Renaya. Light him up.
Mine's Fine, stay one. I'll try to make it fast because I know I've been here for a little bit. Okay. Mine will be the evening when
Okay.
everybody's going to bed.
Same day.
Same day.
So you guys are all beginning to set up shop. The skeleton crew has begun replacing your living counterparts of crew, and it has allowed you guys to begin taking some rest. As everybody's going to sleep, what would you like to do there, Renaya?
She'll get to her room.
Mm-hmm.
She'll take out her key.
Okay.
She'll whisper her name
Uh-huh.
and open the door.
You open the door to this dim, unlit room. It's this very, very big room that you're very familiar with at this point. As you look upon your room, which has a couple different decorations, you can see that there's a couple like pink accents to try and tie it in with the pink bed, and all these different things. You enter. It's pretty cold for the moment. You actually, I don't know if you actually have explored the rest of the palace from your room, but you're in the basement, like bottom of the basement, like
Nice.
10 floors down.
Nice.
And so any of the external heat that is typically surrounding the palace is diminished pretty quickly as you go subterranean. But yeah, you enter into the kind of dim, colder room.
Because she's going to head over to the bed and see if it's jumpable. First, she's going to check so she doesn't hurt herself
The
again.
water bed.
Throw out a disc. You go over and it has been switched over to something much more springy and soft.
She's gonna go and she's gonna jump on the bed, and I imagine she like jumps for a little bit, but she's never done this before, and she's strong, so I imagine she like launches herself off at one point.
Okay.
Sprains
like-
an ankle.
And then after that she'll kind of stand up and like look around the room, and then she's just gonna say, "Thoughts?"
After a little while, you hear a voice in your head first. One moment.
Hey. If
How
you're
long are
busy,
you willing?
if you're busy, you just
How long are you willing to wait, Renaya?
I mean, she's got all night.
Okay.
It's gonna be real awkward if the door doesn't move with the boat.
Yeah, just like phases through the boat as it's moving. You sit there for probably about hour and a half or so, before eventually Grotz kind of just appears in your room. He's in his full demonic form, wearing his full deep black armor with what's it called, razorback or whatever it is, his massive curved hooked blade in the side, with what looks like kind of a plum like color of ichor on the armor and the sword. There's a little spray across the face. He looks like he might have just come from a fight or something kind of gorish.
Are you okay?
Oh yes, but I'm fine.
Should I be concerned?
Not at all. Not
You should
at
see
all.
the other guy.
This is not actually where I was expecting to show up. I will go to my quarters and clean up just a little bit.
Okay.
Here, come with me. And
Okay.
he opens the door. You are led through a winding staircase that basically goes straight up for about 20 flights. As you're doing this, he's explaining, to make it simplest and most comfortable for you, I had your room be put in the basement at the lowest level, as that is where it's the least susceptible to the natural abyssal environment. But my palace and my room specifically is at the top, as I actually quite enjoy the views of my palace. So we have a long ways to go.
Okay.
you guys make your way up before you eventually find yourself in Grotz's personal chambers. They're large, even bigger than yours, about twice as big as your chambers, with a bed that would be equivalent to a California king, but in comparison to Grotz's demonic size. So, like, for you, it's like 12 feet long.
So this
and,
is like Sky Zone.
You are the
Yeah.
size of the bed.
Okay.
yeah, exactly. Like, it's massive. And as you're going up, the steps are just a little too tall as you're going up. So like each one is like you're having to raise your foot a little bit higher. By the time you're getting up to the top, you're almost winded. Like it's kind of a tall, long staircase. But it's pretty dark. It's pretty moody. It has very much that like kind of rich bachelor pad vibes, where it's like black and concrete and stone with, mostly like darker tones throughout the whole thing. As you kind of make your way into the room, he puts his sword. Aaron, what was it called?
Angdrelv. It also translates to
Angdrelv.
wave of sorrow.
Wave of Sorrow. Yes, that's what it was. He puts that on almost this pedestal that he has for it off in the corner. As he does, this kind of little shimmer begins to go over the blade, and it begins to steam and mist as the gore and ichor kind of almost begin to melt off the sword itself. At which point he begins taking off the armor, revealing his bare torso. It's hot. I'll put it that way. Just simple.
She's definitely blushing and like looking at other places.
How can one creature possibly have that many abs?
It's like a whole 12-pack, and he has like the back abs too from doing too many like hyperextensions,
Babs?
Yeah. Oh,
Yes,
Grant, you don't even know.
The Babsiest.
But yeah, puts his armor away, at which
Grant's the
point a
Babster.
couple of quasits kind of come out of the corner. These ones much more behaved than yours, and begin almost like cleaning the armor, as he eventually puts on his more traditional loincloth type of situation that he has going, before eventually turning to you, wiping off kind of the sweat and ichor from his face.
It's his battle skirt, DJ. It's okay. You can say it.
His kilt.
Why are you red?
What?
It's okay. I have that effect.
It's a warm.
It is very hot in here, yes. So, you wanted to speak with me.
Right.
He goes over and he just lays on his bed.
Okay, so, few things, actually. First thing is first, your quadrants are really well trained. You're going to have to give me some pointers because Pocket is a little, mayhem.
Pockets?
The quadrants?
Oh, yes, alright. First tip, thing that makes it easiest, become a demon lord, and then you can just control whether they live or die. Makes respect very easy to gain.
Right. I kind of thought more maybe of some
Like a dog.
vocal commands would be nice, or maybe like a little whistle to like. But okay, I'll keep that in mind.
As you call him, I mean, he is an intelligent creature. You could converse with him.
Yeah, but he doesn't really like that.
Well, I mean, he's a demon, but I don't know. You give it a try. I don't know.
I'll figure it out.
I don't really have to deal with that particular issue.
Secondly, thank you for earlier with Cather showing up. Just seeing you meant a lot. Then, thirdly, I have a question.
All right.
So, this is like done and everything, like Catherick is gonna go home to like his family with like Volna and then his brother and all them and that, and then Tarak has like got this big legacy with like the dwarves and the orcs that he's going to like fulfill and get to go and continue on and things like that. And then Edward, I think he's wanting to like go and restore his family name and like take on this like leadership role that I think he'd be really good at too. But I don't really have somewhere to go back to. Like I have Lada, but Lada she as much as I love her and she is like a mother to me, she's not my mother. She shouldn't have to like take care of me forever, you know? So she deserves some peace and quiet, and Malice is a god, and I don't think gods have like houses or anything. But you already gave me the room, so I was wondering if...
Are you asking to move in with me?
Like,
that's a little
I know
fast.
I'm asking. I'm
like
I mean,
you and
just
I,
not,
we've kind of been
I'm
in like this
asking more
talking
like
thing for a
more
little
like
while.
if I could just like
think
come back
that's
to this room,
kind
kind
of a
of thing.
big
Just the room.
step
You
for a
won't even know I'm there.
relationship,
I
you
won't
know?
even like. I'll be like, you won't even know I'm there. Like I won't bother you at all. I won't even like leave that room. It'll just be me in that room. But just to have that room, I think would be really nice. And just.
But nah, I would love that.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Cool. Lastly, I got to talk with Catherine more about his gods.
Alright.
I don't think they hate me.
That's good.
I'm not entirely convinced though, but I'm mostly convinced.
Well, here, how about this? You tell me which one you like the least. I'll go kill that one, and we'll kind of see what the vibe is after that.
I don't think we need to kill any of them. I think I kind of want to
No?
avoid killing, especially after killing Catherine. That kind of sucked a lot.
That's a
I
good
don't know, I
way
thought it
to
was
kill
kinda
the vibe.
Ather, the Vibe Lord.
Full title.
Passes
The
every
stone
I
of
don't.
Champion by
I
the
think we should.
King.
I think we should just leave them alone because I probably upset them when I threatened them a little bit. Probably just leave them alone, and then maybe they won't curse me with another really bad fate again. Hopefully,
Well,
and then we'll see from there. If they do, then we'll talk again.
well, I'm still trying to figure out more about this rod and its
Right.
history, and leads are difficult to come by, especially since I wasn't really even around during that time. But I'm still trying to use my resources to discover what I can, and I will continue to keep you up to date with anything that I find, and just let me know. I kind of do just about anything for you, so just let me know what you need.
Okay. Cool. This is. It changed, and I show the mark with the like.
Now it looks like the stupid rod.
Yeah, I'm not entirely happy about it. When we were in the little pyramid thing, there was this thing that we could get like tattoos. We were talking to the camera about figuring it out and things like that. And I was really excited about it. But after this, I don't think I want one.
I don't know. Tattoos are, they can be sexy. Can be nice.
I already have this, and I don't like it. Looks kind of stupid.
Well, here. And he comes over to you, and as he does, he transforms into his tall, dark, and handsome, more humanoid state. Comes over, and he just kind of like lifts your arm by the elbow, not to actually touch the scar, before placing his hand over it, and it glows this kind of gentle maroon color for just a bit before he takes his hand away, and the scar has faded quite a bit to the point where it's barely even noticeable. Looks like a scar that you've had for like a decade or so, that is on the verge of completely healing. Still there, you can still tell what it is if you're looking for it, but now it's very, very subtle at this point. That's a little bit better, I think.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So like I've experienced. Okay. Well, that's not that. It's late. I should probably go
Yes.
back to my room now. Don't do
I mean,
it
you don't
downstairs.
have to. The bed's plenty big, but I also would appreciate rest.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go. Thanks for
Good night, Renaya.
nothings. Good night.
He goes, crawls into his bed, and just passes out.
She'll kind of like tuck him in a little bit and then run and like.
You return to your
Babs.
room. Are you gonna stay there? Or are you staying in the ship in the palace? Where are you staying?
She's gonna stay in her room.
Which room? You have two.
Her room. Her
It's a
room.
room inside the room.
It's her room.
Got it. Okay, the
Room,
one
there's
in
a
the
room.
palace.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, you stay the night. Yes, Trav.
So there's a stairway that leads into this palace that in the Scholar's Guide, right?
There it was. You don't know if it's
Okay,
still there.
so
but
theoretically, if it's still there, and Renaya leaves the door open, could we like make a pit stop to the library and then go back to the boat?
perhaps.
Like just with like just some real good long distance running through the doorway, up the stairs, grab a book, go back.
Maybe. It just depends on if that,
Hey,
is
escape
that-
plan?
portal is
We've
still
got
there.
an option.
I was gonna say, is that our like in-game like life hack to teleportation? You know, to
Yeah,
teleporting to
yeah,
the
it's
to the
way
guide?
easier. It doesn't require a
You
spell
just
slot,
want
free
an
action.
excuse
Totally
to
good.
see Grotz's babs, Aaron.
I
You just
won't
want an
deny.
excuse.
You think that you're trying to embarrass me? I'm not ashamed.
Here's Grotz. Psst, 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 psst.
He has even better lats than Cather.
Oh my
I didn't
gosh.
think it was possible.
He's not quite as built, but he's definitely more shredded.
Yeah, he's like
Um,
body BMI way lower.
His back has abs.
Abs on his abs.
Babs. They call him Grotz. Babs.
They call him
Demon
Babs.
Prince.
They call him Babs
the demon-
McKenzie.
Okay, all right, this is enough. So,
Grotz the Babs.
Tarak, I believe
The
you had
Babs
something you
stitched
wanted
up
to
them
do.
all.
Yep. Probably towards the end of week 1
Okay.
is when we will have our rest day, where we do half of the exercise and the other half is mental exercise.
Okay.
Hey, I want to let you know, Aaron.
Yeah.
Edward's been pushing himself.
Oh,
during
100%. Track's
training.
pumped.
Like, he's been pushing himself, but it seems like he's been just a tad bit distracted the past couple times. Just
Hence
letting
the
you
mental
know.
training.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I like this.
So,
I like the subtlety
You guys
there,
are
Grant.
just finishing with, instead of doing like 60 burpees, you're just finishing with your 30th burpee, done with the
These are
the
getting
half
easier.
day of training.
Yeah, hands to the sky, back down. Hands to the
Preach.
sky, and 30. Kind of good work out
31.
there. Oh my goodness, you
32.
yep, keep going.
30.
You can stop anytime though. We have like other stuff to do today. You good there? Your lungs doing fine? You're doing all right?
35.
Come, sit.
Okay, he just wobbles on over.
Oh.
Yep.
He sits. Burpees are the worst. Why do we end with burpees?
Oh, would you rather we start with burpees?
Touche.
All right. First off, I know it's been super subtle. But you seemed a little off lately. Just a
Off?
little bit.
What do you mean?
I'm just a little bit distracted about something in some way. But you doing all right? You doing fine?
To be honest, Tarak,
Mm-hmm.
I feel stressed.
Stressed.
Mm-hmm. I feel stressed. He just starts twiddling,
Tell me more about that.
kind of bouncing his leg. It's about Athala and Aklarond.
Mhm.
They're fighting battles every week.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to help them out. I'm supposed to give some guidance here, and now I'm flying away on a boat for who knows how long. We don't know what's happening over there. Things could go badly. We wouldn't even know.
I mean, there's one less dragon than they had before.
That's a good point. But there's still one dragon. You see, there's still...
I mean, they pretty much had it by the time we got there the last time.
Oh no, it's... You know, it's just been weird. When we said goodbye, I don't know, I wasn't even sad. I don't even know what it was. I'm at a loss for words, and I don't feel like that's common for me. What am I supposed to do here? I feel like there's more I should do. Maybe I should be back there. Maybe I shouldn't have even come.
I think you really just need to focus your energy towards something rather than constantly worrying about things you can't control.
I feel like that's easier said than done.
I think it's actually probably easier than you think that it is. All right, now, what could you really do when you're back there? What would you do? Tell me.
Well, okay, how about this? Somebody walks up to me asking for advice. I could give it.
What? Okay. What type of advice would you think, that they would ask you for?
Let's say they were having trouble with food distribution, and so they came up to me and were like, how do we make it so that this is fair and that people all get their food on time? And maybe I'd be like, all right, appoint people for specific regions, and every day those people are the ones that are in control of distributing the food, and they have to make sure everybody in the region gets the food on the same day so there's no problems. That could maybe be something. Maybe they have that problem right now, and maybe if I was there it'd be fixed, but I'm not there, so it's not fixed. And so everybody's starving and it's all bad.
All right, now, Lotta's real smart. All right, do you think that Lotta would think of the same thing?
Maybe.
And if they were just willing to give us bowls of food, I don't think food is really a super big problem for them.
You're right.
And right now you're stressing about the hypothetical when you've got some real present problems going on right now that we're going to have to deal with real soon. I already made the decision. No looking back, only forward. This boat doesn't turn around until Cather says that it will. And it's really hard for Cather to look over his shoulder because of his massive traps.
You're right. That's
he doesn't do that well. No looking back.
True. I've never seen him look back before ever. He kind of turns his whole torso.
No, yeah, it's a full body rotation.
It's like that one Batman costume where he couldn't turn his neck in the movie.
Yep. I think it also kind of works the obliques a little bit when he does it. Yeah, I've noticed.
You know, you're right. I don't know. It's just I've never been in this situation before.
Been in which situation? Alone with a group of 3 idiots plunging to your death on a flying boat? Because we've done that at least once.
Yeah, it's strange. That isn't even what's stressing me out. It's just...
Or at least this time we have beef sticks.
I'm just afraid that maybe I should be a little bit more intentional about what I'm doing with this new supposed role that they're expecting me to fulfill. And I want to do it, but how could I possibly do this and that? It's just a lot to think about. But you do make a good point, Tarak. I mean, if I do want to be at all useful here, it might as well put my mind to what's happening now. But I don't know if I can do that.
Well, we're actually touching a little bit on the lesson plan that I was kind of looking forward to kind of going over today. These beef sticks are great.
Is it about how to sleep better? Because, I haven't been sleeping very well.
Have you tried? Okay, this is my suggestion. This is a tried and true tactic. When you go to sleep, when you laying there and you use a bed, crazy. Close your eyes and then don't move.
Something that simple couldn't really work, right?
You just do that, and even if you want to move, you just don't. You keep your eyes closed, even if you go, oh, I'm not asleep.
It's kind of like running, but the opposite.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of that.
It's like when I don't want to run, I still run. It's like that, but
It works. Trust me, it works way better than
I'll
you think.
try your simple tactic.
Now back to the lesson plan. All right, first off, I asked you a while ago, have you named your sword?
My sword? Oh, my trusty rapier. I've thought of a few names, I guess.
All right, it's fine if you don't have it yet. It takes some time to really gain a relationship
There's
with
been
a
a lot
good
on
blade.
my mind. I could probably name it now if you really wanted me to.
No, don't rush it. Don't rush it. You've got time. You're not dying
am I
anytime
doing that
soon.
again?
You've got at least 3 weeks.
Because why am I doing that again?
Just to grow your bond with your sword. The sword will trust you if you trust it. It's really hard to trust something if you don't know its name.
Okay.
But that's not the lesson that I'm planning on
Wait,
covering
that's not
today.
the lesson either?
No, I was just checking to see if you had done your homework.
Alright. Well, I guess no, I haven't done my homework then. I'm sorry, Professor. Professor Tarak.
The question, thank you. The question that I have for you today, and it's more of a thought experiment, something for you to think about ongoing. I don't expect an answer. If you answer me, I will be incredibly disappointed. I want you to think about it. I want you to never stop thinking about it. I want you to remember it every single time.
But what if I have an answer? You just want me to not tell you.
You won't have an answer. And if you do, you need to rethink it.
Okay.
All right.
His knee starts bouncing again.
You deep breaths, slow, calm yourself.
Both
Think of
knees
some
start bouncing.
long melody that is not as fast a rhythm as what you are doing right now.
Okay.
Yep, calm down. Wait,
On
Sheila.
the trees I saw the leaves rustling.
Uh-huh. Is that doing any better for you?
Slowly they fall in the pond.
Here, drink this.
What is it?
I don't know. It's been on the deck for a couple weeks.
It's fermented tea.
You love tea.
Yes, I don't like dysentery. It rhymes.
Oh man, dysentery was
I'm
a
fine. Honestly,
fun
singing
time
didn't
back in the
help.
wastes. Anyway,
All right.
all right, you're a bit
I'm
better
there.
now?
I'm
You're
there.
a bit better? You're
I'm-
there? Okay.
I'm
So the
focused.
question that I have for you, and I want you to think about it anytime that you enter a fight, I want you to think, why am I fighting? All right. Now, the orcs teach 3 reasons why people fight. I believe that there are 4. There are people who fight because they want to protect something that they have. There are people who fight because they want to take something that they don't have. And there are people who fight because they have nothing left to lose. In my opinion, the 4th is that there are people who fight to prove something, either a point or an idea. It is very important you know why you fight for something, whatever reason that you have for doing it. If you don't, you will be misguided, think too hard in combat, and it will get you killed eventually. Now, as I said, you shouldn't have an answer. Honestly, your answer should be different multiple times throughout your life. Just in a single fight, when some guy comes out of an alleyway, starts throwing a punch, should be a different reason than why you fight in a war for Athala.
That makes
Reasons
sense.
change.
Now, does my answer have to be one of those 4? I'm a bit confused.
I mean, if you can come up with more than 4, I'm in.
Well, you want me to tell you why I fight.
No, I specifically told you I don't want you to tell me why you fight. I want you to think and know why you fight. You don't have to tell me every time. I won't be there every time.
You don't want me to tell you ever?
I mean, you can. If you're in the middle of battle and you're like, Tarak, I am fighting for something that I want, then
Okay,
I won't
okay.
stop you. But
I
I
get
don't
it,
know. It
I
seems
get
a
it.
little superfluous to just keep doing it all the time.
Superfluous.
That's right.
Why,
Stop that smart man.
I could see why
Big
that might
words.
be a valuable practice.
Mm-hmm. Very, very, very important.
Why is it so important? I mean, even if I figure that out, how does it actually help me in my fight?
I mean, you were just talking about how you feel doubt of your actions. Have you perhaps wondered if the reason that you are doubting is because you don't actually know what you want to accomplish? Why did you come here? Are you fighting to protect something that you have? Do you want to take something that you don't have? Are you trying to prove a point? Are you simply without anything else to do? Do you have nothing left?
I see.
If you know which one you want, I think your decisions may be a little bit clearer. You don't want a shaky hand when you're wielding a precision weapon.
I will think about that.
Good. Never stop thinking about it.
Okay.
Never stop. Ever. Like,
Ever?
never stop. Nope, every time. Life is a war.
Are you thinking about it right now?
Every second of every day.
What's your purpose right now?
Right now?
Wait, is that against the rules?
No, feel free to tell you right now.
Oh, yeah, right now. What are you fighting for? Give it to me. Why are you fighting, Tarak? What's your
This conversation
purpose?
right now, what I am fighting for,
Yes.
probably to prove a point.
Not what I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
Well, what the options again? Okay, there was
To protect something that you have.
protect something.
To take something
to
that
take
you
something
want.
to prove a point.
You have nothing more to lose. To prove a point.
Oh boy. Well, when you get real down in it, it does become a little bit more
It
complicated.
covers a real broad range. You see, you keep them
really.
general.
I mean, I could see how all of them might work.
Broad range.
But
Keep it a little bit
specifically
loose.
to prove a point right now, that's what you're doing.
Well, yeah. I'm teaching you
May I ask what that point is?
why you should do this.
Okay.
I'm confused. What do you think that I was fighting for?
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
I'm not trying to take your knowledge away from you. I suppose I may be attempting to protect something that I have, but I wouldn't consider you mine. And I certainly have something to lose.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't consider me yours either, so I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Well, rejected.
You know, it's kind of been nice to talk about it. I've literally been sitting in my room, fidgeting for hours on end sometimes. I think
Yeah,
I'm
I
going
assumed
insane.
it was the tea. You know it's a stimulant, right?
We should stop drinking that tea.
I have been
Well,
preaching
no.
this for...
I will continue
Months.
drinking tea till the day I die. It's that fermented jasmine. I can't stop drinking it. I
That's the
don't
name
know
of
what
my new band.
I like it
fermented
more than
jasmine.
normal
Wouldn't that be-
tea. It's a real
wouldn't that be-
problem.
It's addictive. It
I'm
is.
drinking it 3 times a day.
Yes,
Usually I have
you
2
need
tea
help.
times a day. I'm going
Honestly,
off the
I can
rails
just
here.
throw the barrels over the edge if you'd like.
We could make a bit of a tea party out of it.
There's nothing that is party-esque about this at all. There's no
Well,
dancing,
clearly, You've never
no
been to
music.
Boston.
Unless you want to play music, I won't stop you. We still have that sea shanty to write.
I've been so wrapped up in worrying about Alclaron that I forgot about the most important part of this journey, writing a sea shanty with you.
Yeah, that is certainly the most important part. What am I
We
teaching
better
you
get
for?
started. You know what? I'm going to grab my loot right now, and we're going to hammer this thing out.
Yep, and now the camera will cut away from us.
Oh, what camera? And then it pans
So-
away.
Oh!
There once was a fellow on a ship.
With you guys completing at least the first week of your journey, we are going to go ahead and cut to our break. We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. There's just enough time for us to grab a snack, go to the bathroom, get a drink, just in general, rejuvenate our lives so we can keep performing for you guys. You guys go get a snack, come back. It's going to be great. We got lots
Enjoy
of
the
things to
break
do.
screen.
Enjoy
It's
the
pretty
break
sick.
screen.
There's some cool
Look
little
for
tidbits
all
in there if
the
you
little
look real
Easter eggs,
close with your
exactly.
eyes.
So spend
Pretty
all
neat
10 or
to
15
know.
minutes examining that loop because it's freaking rad. And then, yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit. Drew, I see you dying on the edge of your seat. Roll the thing.
Welcome
Hey everybody,
back.
welcome back to the Paper Dungeons, part 2 of episode 54. We're glad to have you here. TJ, don't leave.
Joined by our wonderful DM, Grant DeFore, who plays
Edward.
Edward.
No, I
Paper
play all of the
Dungeon
NPCs, and Edward, in fact.
This has been
Um,
Table Scraps with Aaron Cleverat. We hope that you will join us next week.
For silly songs with Larry.
I hope Shay doesn't be upset that I just slammed the door. Anyway, welcome
Hey,
back.
Get over it.
DJ, you were late to break this now. We're gonna have to mark that down on your tally sheet. You losing
Yep.
a gold star, mister.
Not my gold stores.
That means
Executive
reduced
discipline.
pay for the next month. And you know what
Not
that means?
reduced pay.
You have to pay us because we don't make money.
I don't have any money. Oh no! Oh no!
I'll see you in HR.
Anyway.
Just be ready for when I call you.
So, we have been watching Fate's Gambit make their way across Vaxlin to get to the Alasar Mountains specifically. They've traveled for about a week. Entering into week 2, is there anything that you guys would like to do?
Ah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that?
I don't have to go first unless somebody wants
True.
to go first.
Andrew?
Drew.
Drewby, you got something there?
Drew.
My thing is it doesn't happen until week 3.
Oh, then I'll take week 2.
the
All right, week 2 is mine.
semantics.
All right. It's early in the morning, like too early.
Like
And
2 a.m. early?
like a little later than that, probably close to like 5.
Okay.
Okay.
and Renai wakes up and collects pockets on his leash and makes her way over to Edward's room.
Edward's room?
Edward, you wake up in a fright to knocking on your door at 5 in the morning.
The dragon, it's back again. The dragon's back. Oh, I better get up and get dressed. You just hear falling out of a bed. And like, rummaging, he's like, I'll be right out. But you hear some clanking, and you hear a shh as he sheathes his rapier that had just tumbled out of his sheath because he knocked it over. And he runs to the room.
Are you okay?
He runs to the door and opens the door and says, "Hi, what are we fighting? What's going on?"
No, I'm not
Is there a
fighting.
problem?
Not fighting anything. Not fighting anything. Sorry.
Nothing?
Did I? Sorry. I didn't mean. I've been awake for like 3 hours now. I kind of thought it would be an
You
okay
can see
time to
Edward
wake
just
you.
has bags under his eyes.
Ah.
He's just like, "I'm sorry, I haven't had the greatest sleep. You can come in. There's no fight here. We're good." Whew.
Oh,
Do you know why you're fighting, Edward?
okay. Why are you fighting, Edward? What's going on?
What's going on? Just come in and sit down.
Okay.
Is there a problem?
No
It seems
problem.
awfully early. The sun is even up.
Why? You haven't come and played music in a little bit.
Oh, right. Would you like me to? Is that...
And yeah, that's kind of why I came by to see if you wanted to do that.
Okay, yeah. Yes, actually. Sure,
Yeah?
I'll play a bit of music.
Are you sure? Because if you need more sleep, you look very tired.
No. Oh, sleep, I don't need it. Usually when I wake up early, I can't go back to bed anyways. I'll grab my lute. And he turns around and grabs his flute. And then he walks back and says, "This isn't my lute."
You put an
And then
F
he
in
walks
front.
back
Okay.
and puts
Yeah.
his flute
You
down
know
and grabs his lute. He comes back and he's like, oh boy. He's like, all right, let's go. You lead the way. You lead the way.
Are you? I just like puts a hand on his foot. Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine.
You're acting like real chill and like nice, and that's weird.
Grant, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is my 10 plus my perception modifier.
Oh my
That
God, I'm so
is
bad.
true.
So it's 13.
Okay. All right. One second.
My pride is overwhelming.
Look, I knew a thing.
You have that was like off the bat too.
I
Like
think
there was no
I think
hesitation.
I ask every time.
Every
Uh,
time. I'm so proud
Lydia,
of you.
you noticed Pockets take the loot and
Pockets.
Edward doesn't notice it.
Pockets. She's like grabbing the loot. Pockets. No.
He just turns and he's like, I'm just a bit stressed about Paula.
Right now.
Tarak said some things that were helpful, but for the most part, I just can't get it off my mind. And he turns around. Oh, you got my loot.
Yes.
Oh, you're that eager to go back? We can go. I can tell you this in your room if you'd like to go.
So cool.
Okay.
Right.
Lead the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch out for Pockets. He likes to pocket things.
Oh. You brought him with you. Very nice. Oh, that's lovely. Yes, I can tell he likes me.
You say that, and he goes.
Ew. Edward literally goes, ugh.
Once again, the poor Quasit lost his date to prom. Every time. It's every year.
Ugh.
I'm like, go to Pockets. I'm like, just wait till you hear the music. And then we go back to the room.
He closes the door and he's like, takes the loot and he's like, as I was saying, he just starts plucking a bit. He's like, I've just been a little stressed. Oh, wait, I can do this now. Hold on.
He has a loop.
I have an instrument with me. I'm so happy. Just give me, listen, I'm not used to this. I'm gonna, all right.
Performance issues, 30% of men.
Right. You got it.
No. I've just been a bit stressed recently.
Right.
Thinking about Akhlaran and, well...
You paused the music, right?
They could be under fire. Or they could be doing really well.
Such secret tunnel vibes.
It's just really hard to tell sometimes. If I should have stayed, or if I should have gone. If I should have stayed. Renai, I'm in bad shape.
I know.
Pockets kind of does his little like hop crawl thing over to you, Edward, and he kind of grabs your hand and just puts it back on the loot, and then just
like
pats
that?
your leg.
Oh. You like that?
You got Pockets to calm down.
He's actually... He's behaving.
That's never happened before. Oh my god.
Keep it up, buddy.
Yeah, he just keeps swaying.
Okay, you keep going. And then just let him be. Okay?
Oh,
okay.
God.
I finally got a break. Oh my god. And then...
What were we saying earlier? Single parenting's hard.
Just any type of sleep is good sleep.
So you're
Renaya,
not... Yeah?
Thank you for waking me up. I just need to talk about it a bit more, I think. Well, ever since Tarak talked to me, I guess it's helped a bit, but in some ways it's just made me think more.
Yes, thinking can be scary.
I do trust Lada, though. And Charles. Who am I kidding? I have nothing to worry about. What could I prevent anyways if I was there? Well, anyways, takes off his loot.
Okay. Wait, no, oh no. It's like...
Listen, it's hard to talk and play.
That's fine, I'll just hug him.
Okay. Oh no, he's going rogue. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about? Or did you just want to play? I mean, we haven't caught up in a minute. You killed Cather.
I know.
It's fine. He's back.
Yeah.
It's just been a really wild few days.
Yeah.
Renaya.
Yeah.
I don't usually ask for these. Could I have a hug?
Yeah. pockets. Do not steal anything. Chill. And then goes to hug Edward.
Edward gives Renai a hug. He lets go and he just kind of looks down and he's like, I don't know what to make of all of it. Every day there's something else. I just feel like we've been moving. We haven't slowed down.
Right, real fast. You want to know something interesting?
Yes.
So I have this theory, right?
Okay.
I think so.
I like theories.
I am very good at watching. Okay, so this is first.
Watching, okay.
Watching. And I think I've picked up on a few things. And I kind of want to tell you about it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Right,
yeah, whatever you
okay,
picked
so
up on.
I think...
Are they about Cather?
No, about what I've been thinking about?
Yeah.
I mean, partially, it's about all of us.
Okay, because that's a curious one, he is.
But it relates to what you're feeling.
Even better, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we all have a lot that we carry on our shoulders, right? Actually, that's a bad phrase for what I'm about to say. But we all have a lot of pain, I think is the best word for it. Anger, sadness, upsetty, spaghetti.
Yes, the spaghetti that is upsetty. Yes, that one.
That one.
Lots of that.
In particular.
Sure.
And one thing I've noticed is I think we all hold it differently.
Okay, explain.
So I think that like where you hold it tells a lot about where you get it and how to take care of it. I don't think you can really like get rid of it, but I think you can make it easier to hold. For example, Havel. I think Havel was the first one I noticed with it. He keeps it in his eyes. Well, kept it in his eyes. And that's why he had such a bad view of the world. He had a really hard time seeing good things and seeing things for as they truly are because he had all of this pain stuck in his eyes. Melora, I think she kept it in her feet. She was always on the move. She never slowed down. She never looked back. She just kept going forward. Tarak, I think he keeps it in his hands. I think it's why he doesn't like touching. Because he knows how much pain can be in hands. Cather keeps it in his heart. I think it's weighs probably the heaviest out of them all, but me, I keep it in my head, I think. And that's kind of the problem, is I think. And then you...
Right, where do you think I hold it?
You keep it in your throat.
In my throat?
Yeah.
Why? How?
Well...
Are you saying I talk too much?
No. I'm saying that... Kind of not better, but like when we first met, you were very... Your words were sharp. You had a lot... You had a particular way of saying things sometimes. And they sometimes did more damage than I think you intended. But I've also noticed that it makes your singing probably the most beautiful singing I've ever heard.
You don't mean that.
I do.
What? I have, like, a decent voice at best. Have you heard some of the bards that play in that square of the third rung?
Nope.
Pockets goes over and puts a hand on your thigh. And just,
Oh, okay. Well, singing does make me feel better. And I think, looking back, I probably was a bit harsh.
A little. But I think there's a reason behind that too.
A reason behind why I was harsh?
Why it's in your throat.
Oh,
And why the words are always harsh.
okay. Why would that be?
Because you weren't speaking with your own voice.
With my own voice? Whose voice was I speaking with, if it wasn't my own?
I think you were speaking with your father's.
My father's voice. Newgate Fellows. What do you mean? You've met the man, right?
Yeah, I didn't like him.
Yeah, well, it's kind of complicated.
I get that.
I mean, I grew up with the man. He's... I have good memories.
Right.
But man, he was harsh. I don't know. He asked for what happened to him is what I know, actually. He chose to do things poorly, and poor response is what he got. That's always how it works. And the ironic thing is that he taught me that. But I suppose in some ways you're right. You know, my father, he was never satisfied. And I always, without fail, had to improve. I know one thing. He taught me this. I have the ability to do great things. And I don't want to miss out on that opportunity. But it takes work. It takes sacrifice. I can't take time to dabble in things that I enjoy, because there are more important things to do. Perhaps that's part of the reason why I'm so stressed here. I feel like I could maybe make more of an influence if I was actually with the people, although I want to be here. Maybe you're right. But I don't see it as bad. I mean, I think of it as a gift in some ways, knowing my potential, knowing that if I just work hard enough, things will work out, but I don't know how to take a break.
You do realize you've already done some pretty great things, right?
I suppose so. There's more, though. I mean...
But what's the point of doing it if you can't even celebrate it?
I don't know. I guess after my short 60-something years, if I'm lucky, I can have a bit of time to rest.
I mean... I think you are still speaking with your father's voice.
I don't know.
I think you are a little bit.
Stop looking at me like that.
Just a little.
You're probably right. I don't know.
What would make you satisfied?
Me? I don't know. I've never been satisfied in my life. Never once.
You sound like your father.
Ah, stop it.
Sorry. But you do.
I don't know. I have a lot to think about. Tarak's already given me an assignment. I have 2 assignments.
You have
Two
two
assignments
assignments?
from Tarak. Yes.
What are your assignments?
One of them's to name my sword, which actually sounds kind of interesting to me, but I actually want to put some thought into it. 2, well, it might seem a bit arbitrary. It's to figure out what I'm fighting for, is what he wants me to think about. And it might change here and there. But that's what's on my mind. And before you ask, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know either. For me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Cather knows?
Probably.
Yeah, you're probably right. At least he'd have an answer.
He'd have been something better.
He
than
always
that
has an
of it.
answer, or a vague answer. It's
Or
always
he'd,
an answer.
or he'd
though.
be able to like word something really, really well, so that he'd be
Right.
able to like give you no answer, but you'd be
Mhm.
like, oh, you know.
It's really annoying how he does that.
Yeah.
But it works. It's effective.
I mean, he
I've
did it
used
to me
a
the other
couple
day.
times, I
Yeah.
think.
It's a talent of his, really.
Listen, I appreciate the conversation, but I don't really like the topic, to be honest.
I understand. We don't have to talk about it anymore. I still have a ritual to do.
That would be great.
Yeah.
I'll play. You do the ritual like old times.
Cycle times. But watch
Like
out
back
for
on the
pockets.
other ship, right? Yeah.
I never messaged Captain Argos.
No. Oh, it's fine.
Should I do that now?
Sure. Go for
I'm going
it.
to, okay. I'm going to cast Sending to Captain Argos.
Okay.
It's Renaya. We're alive. And kind of really cool heroes. Hope you're well. We miss you.
You really fell off here. There were some contractions
Have
I
a
lost.
Good day. You can respond to this. Few words. Don't be.
I think
Something
that was
close
pretty much
enough.
Perfect. Yeah.
Great. You ran off with the money. We never got paid. We were just left there. You just left us with a broken ship and took all the gold and all the money.
So what did she say? From the look on your face, something surprising, perhaps?
We owe them a lot of money.
We never paid them?
We never paid them.
We shouldn't have given Tarak the job. Tarak was obviously the one. He was the one that found them in the first place. He was obviously the one that should have paid them, right?
I'll
Catherine's
give
the
them
one with
some
all the money.
time to cool off tomorrow.
Yeah,
And then I'll
stop.
message them again.
Track doesn't even understand monetary value.
Okay.
All right,
It was business Tarak's
we didn't
job.
use money. Cather is the one whose pecs shine like gold, and who has the gosh dang bag of holding.
Gosh, Tarak,
With
you
all
should
of
be
the
more
money in it.
responsible with the money.
Oh, it's all Cather's fault for here.
It is all Cather's fault.
Yes, it is in fact all of Cather's fault. Yes.
Cather, as the responsible adult here,
So, Renaya, we both agree this is Tarak's fault. Now we can go on and I'll play loot, you do your ritual. It'd be great.
I will powerbomb you through the lower decks.
Power bomb!
So- You guys begin going through the ritual, playing pockets, sways, as Edward plays.
Edward starts to go a little bit more like on a dark note and he goes faster. And it kind of turns like this hardcore.
But you guys have your ritual. Yeah. For Naya, after the ritual, you notice that Cather, as you're passing by, hasn't woken up like he normally does when he gets up early with you. While this is all going on, Cather, you've kind of been struggling to get your proper rest, as you've been kind of coming in and out from different nightmares that you've been having. You've been struggling with you keep having this scene replay in your mind of you
actually facing off against Zestari, but you lose. And it's this terrible, it leaves you with this horrible feeling of failure and disappointment, not of yourself, but disappointing Melora. And it just has been causing you to not get quite enough sleep. Or not, as you're passing the door, since you have a freaking 30 in your passive perception,
the
or
highest
whatever,
passive perception in the world.
I see
Yeah.
everything.
you actually hear
So-
the mumbling that he's having in his trance-like state, and you can kind of vaguely put together what's going on.
Okay, Renai's gonna try to wake him up.
Is Edward present or no?
No, this is after the
Okay,
ritual. You got him
gotcha.
back to your room. Renai was heading back to hers when she passed Catherine's.
She's gonna like just gently shake shoulder.
Ah, ah,
Ah,
ah.
hi. You okay?
He just sits up. Whew.
Good morning.
What time is it? Where are
way
we?
later than you normally are awake. Are you
Ah.
okay?
What day is it?
Some second week.
Right. Ah,
That did not look fun. Are you okay?
just a nightmare.
Yes, I could tell.
He just kind of stands up and just kind of paces around in the room for a second.
Okay.
Hi. How are you
Hi.
this morning?
I'm good.
Yeah?
How are you?
I am not okay. but
Yes, I
we're
can tell.
But we're gonna get there.
All right.
I should talk to Tarak.
That is a person you could talk to.
Sorry. Yeah. No, that's... I just... Trouble sleeping past couple days, you know. War, stress, all that fun stuff.
Right.
I think a little bit of Edward rubbed off on me.
I don't
Ew.
know.
You're... Yeah,
About
yeah.
it?
What? Sorry? What? You mumbled a little bit.
Do you want to talk about it?
He just kind of sits back down on the bed and kind of shrinks just a little bit.
That's a yes. And she sits down next to him.
Pockets.
Pockets,
So-
don't you even. No, she's tugging him.
Starts pulling the knife. you pull him up as he's like grabbing the knife that Catherine keeps in his boot.
What do you have?
Oh my god, why does he have a knife?
I just keep reliving the fights with the Fae.
Like the one we already had? Let's see.
Right. It's
You miss her, don't you?
she was. She was a really good friend. Perhaps more than a friend.
I was just about to say. I
Thank
don't
you.
think it's a perhaps.
Probably not. Thank you, Renaya,
What?
for checking in. I thought
Anytime.
Melora was, for a while, was going to be the only person I could really count on. nothing against you more so that I would allow.
I get it.
Not very good at talking and being close with someone,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is why it hurts all the more.
Did you keep it in your heart?
What?
Yes, I talked about it that way.
Right. He stands up again and puts on a shirt.
Yo, you've been able to talk to him without a shirt on this whole time?
I saw grunts.
How did you do
He
that?
has BOGO eyes for one man. She's loyal.
I mean,
Is Gratz a man?
men, I mean,
He's more than
beauty
a
is,
man.
it's like paintings, all right? Like, sure, you can have that painting, but it's not illegal to look at another one.
That's a strong take, my friend.
That is a strong take.
We'll talk about it on
Yeah.
table straps.
Anyway.
It's a Thursday where I'm getting flamed.
Come here for table scraps on Thursday where we get
Where we
canceled.
sacrifice Aaron to cancel culture.
I'm fine with it. It's a worthy sacrifice. All this time we thought it would be DJ.
I
It
made
was
it out.
me.
I made it out, baby.
You're not out yet. Anyway.
I'm getting there.
We're all paintings here.
Exactly. And all worthy of admiration.
Anyway, where were we in our conversation? I can't remember.
I think you guys were saying goodbye.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my.
We good? We good? We're professional
we're
role
back,
players.
We're back. We're good.
Yeah, we're experts at this, guys.
This is
Experts.
our job,
Super, super
guys.
good.
We need to
All
shape
right.
I'm just
it
saying
up.
I
I'm a
said that and we
professional.
got a follower.
Hey.
Becca Bear 93.
But at that point, Cather kind of like gives Renaya a small hug, but not like a very tight one because he's like covered and just drenched in sweat right now.
It's
So it's just you know.
It's when it's like small, she's like, I was like covered in your blood. It's okay.
And then Cather goes and washes up.
Track is
whatever that
conveniently
looks like on the
also
boat.
there washing up.
um
Oh, hey. How's it
there's
going,
a
Tyler?
barrel of water
Sure.
at some point.
A couple buckets.
Yeah. Sure.
I drink a lady.
Oh. Wait, what, Aaron?
Nothing.
No, I'm upset.
So, anything else that needs to happen in week 2?
No.
Great. Awesome. Week 3. Dude, what do you want to do?
I'm just kidding.
Like at the end of the week, I want to go talk to Tarak.
At the end of week 3?
At the end of week 3.
Wait. So,
Cue
you guys have been
music.
traveling for about 3 weeks, hanging out with Delondrik, getting to know him a little bit better, along with obviously all the conversations that you guys have had. As you approach, knowing that you're 1, maybe 2 days out from the Alasar Mountains, Cather, you decide to go talk to Tarak.
A couple things about Tarak. As we've been getting closer to the mountains, it's like he's been getting a little bit more, I don't know, antsy, a bit more tensed up. You can tell that like something's on his mind. It's very subtly though.
You know, Aaron, I personally am one who subscribes to the belief of, good role playing should show things.
I
instead
am
of just.
Well, then you start role playing. Then I'm trying to show.
I
you
knocked
what I
on the
want you to
door.
do.
I'm waiting for a response.
Oh, I didn't hear the knock.
I didn't hear the knock either.
Brack didn't hear the
Yeah,
knock either.
loser. Also, I don't sleep in my room. I have a bat.
Yeah, get
I'm
wrecked,
just on the
Cather.
deck.
Oh man, dang it! Completely
just
it's
punched his bat.
Yeah, so that's what happened. This is
Rewind.
the good show to
Bat
tell. You knock on the
puncher.
door, and then you
Bat
go, "Oh my God, he's
puncher,
not in this
bat
room."
puncher. Cather's a bat puncher.
What?
Because he knocked on the bat.
I
So-
go find Tarak.
Katha.
Good morning, Tarak.
Yes, it is a good morning.
Is it all right if I spoke with you for a few minutes?
Of course.
Preferably outside of the bat.
Ah,
He's just full glory. He's naked. He's just shining for the world to see. I'm just kidding.
I wear full plate mail at all points in time. Always be ready.
Always be ready.
what would you like to speak of this early in the morning?
Am I showing it well enough?
Oh my gosh. My goodness, Eric.
Professional role playing here.
We
I'm trying to
are
show. It's your
about
job to tell.
Get kicked off of Twitch. Let's do it.
I'm fine with it. Let's go.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Pretty tense. My
Yeah.
hands are itching again. Hasn't done that in like 10 months. So,
That's like something that used to happen very often.
all the time.
Real bad. He holds up his hand. It's like the skin is gone.
Tarak, you should get that looked at.
What, looked at by a doctor? I am the doctor.
That's why I'm a little shocked that it's there in the first place.
I look at it every day.
Right, but are you feeling all right? We're pretty close to the wastes by now.
I mean, yeah. Feeling fine. Feeling good. What about you? You came to talk to me. Something going on?
Well, I'm doing all right, I suppose.
You lying to me?
Tarak, I can never get a good read on you.
I've been around Renaya a lot. I don't think she has ever answered truthfully when she's like, yeah, I'm fine. I just kind of assume that's like a elf thing.
Well, I mean, not entirely wrong, I suppose. Most people are pretty, shielded.
Pretty cagey.
Yeah. Well, I was curious, perhaps, if, what sort of things that we should expect, since you know the area well.
Well, I plan to... there's a lot in there, and I can't cover every bit of it. So I was going to do a bit of a briefing when we were about to head in all together beforehand.
Right, yes.
Man, how would I sum it up? Basically, everything will try to kill you.
Sounds lovely. Sounds like the
Yeah.
Underdark.
I was trying to think of something else to throw in there to kind of spice it up, to really give you the feel of what it's like. No words. It's real bad. It's really bad. I got through there basically on complete luck. I don't know if I can do it again. Probably gonna have to do some pretty gross things if we're gonna even have a chance. Edward's gonna be real upset about it. If he doesn't go and get swallowed up by a Cugglewumper first, because he's like, oh, I'm thirsty. He goes, bam, gone.
What's a Cugglewumper?
You don't want to know. Basically, if you see water, it's probably not water and you're in danger. Actually, that could go for anything. If you see something, it's probably not that and you're going to die.
So it's exactly like the Underdark.
Except with a lot more variance in temperature.
Wonderful. Tarak, do your people keep history, at all? Keep track of it?
I mean, yes. I mean, we don't really write it down because what would you write it on? We don't have, a lot of paper. It's a pretty limited resource.
Right, yes.
So a lot of it is, oral kept history. There have been a few like books written down, but most paper that we have goes towards to the Tanar Virtus of each tribe. So that way they can craft their tome.
Right.
Why?
Well, I can't. Ever since I met you, Tarak, I was always curious on how the orcs survived.
Basically, we survive by being too costly to actually deal with.
I suppose that's fair.
Honestly, that's going to be the whole survival plan that I'm planning to fill everyone in on. The only way, if we do manage to make it to the right tribe, that we live, is to present ourselves as not exactly a threat, but a problem that is too annoying to deal with and too costly to deal with. So you might as well just let them be, because as long as you don't deal with them, then you won't, like, we're not gonna like strike back or anything. So.
And how do we know what the right tribe is?
Complete luck. Never been there, heard about them. It's like you got a 1 in 3 chance. What are you gonna do? 33%. That's what I can give you.
All right.
I would love to say we've got like 50-50.
No.
Nope.
I mean, to be fair, I'd rather have the actual chances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like probably gonna die before we get there. Even if we do get there, then there's a strong 66% chance that it's one of the wrong tribes. That's assuming that we don't encounter any tribes on the way there that kill us immediately. And even if we do hit the right tribe is still probably going to kill us, just with a slightly delayed reaction.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, no matter what, it's going to be a bloodbath.
I mean, there was a very, very, very slim chance. Like, it is so slim that if you caught it at noon, it wouldn't make a shadow.
Right.
Like, real slim.
Right. So, are they? I mean, obviously you're an orc.
Yep.
Is there like, are you gonna have to be the main person talking? Like, how? Like, are they even going to like? Why would like? Are they just gonna kill us, the rest of us on site? I mean, Renai and I'm literally a moon elf.
So once again, was going to cover this in a group later. Well, if you want to continue on this, you're gonna have to get a name.
A name?
Yeah.
Like an orc name?
Yeah.
What are the qualifications for that?
I give it to you. And then you don't blow it.
No, that'll be hard for you, Cather.
I know the last
do my
time
best.
I tried this, shot way too early. Didn't warn him of the dangers. Now he's dead.
Talking about
Did
how?
I say 3 things or 2? Regardless, crazy dead.
Right.
Pretty much my bad.
All right. So then, is there any reason that you wouldn't want to give us a name?
I mean, honestly, I don't think you're pretty much any of you are ready, but there really isn't an option.
Right.
I either give you a name and you get that tiny little sliver, that little toothpick, tiny little broken little piece of chance that you have, and I add a second one on top of it. That's all I can give you.
Right. Well, then I will just have to do what I can.
Like, you have 1 grain of sand, and that is your chance of life. And trust me, I'm right there with you. That 1 grain of sand, that's my grain of sand too. I give you a name, 2 grains of sand.
Right. Now, if I were to be more ready, how many more grains of sand would we add?
More ready. What do you mean by more ready?
We have not spoken a lot about my faith, nor I about yours, us about yours.
Yep. I have a feeling we've specifically been avoiding this conversation because we knew that it would cause some form of strife or difficulty, something along those lines.
Right.
We're gonna change that now?
Well, it feels like
Because I'm in.
It feels like the best time. We're about to die, so might as well.
All right, deal shoots.
All right, I want a good clean fight. I don't want any dirty jabs.
I love you, Aaron.
No kidney punches.
Come on.
Still.
Well, okay.
This is me leaning against my bat.
Wonderful.
Our play.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wow.
All right. So, Tarak, last time that we spoke about our faith,
Yep.
like 9 months ago,
Uh-huh.
you called me a fool.
Yep.
Now, I'm curious as to why.
Oh man, there's a lot of reasons why. Why specifically? Well, I don't think that the problem is you following religion. Plenty of people do that.
I mean, some might say that you do that.
Oh, 100%. I'm right there. Although I've been a fool many times.
I can say the same for myself.
I think the difference is the direction that we think our religion takes. For me and for the orcs, gods are not things to be worshipped or massive, powerful entities that deserve our praise. They are tools. They are things that you use to acquire something. They teach, and you learn, and you take, and they give. And then in trade for that, you give back. That is what a prayer is. It is an ask. It is a request of a god. It is not because they are better, but because they have something that you need to survive. What I saw from you then was a puppet on strings.
Well, you were not wrong.
I know. I'm right pretty often.
I think the difference, though, was that I knew I was a puppet on strings and I didn't care.
Yeah, that's what made you honestly, if you were like a puppet that was like, I'm on strings, but man, I wish it was better. I think that's pretty stellar. Because being a puppet sucks. Have you ever had like nails embedded in your limbs and allowed people to puppet you around? It's not fun.
I have had similar experiences.
It's terrible. There's a plant that does that. We call it marionette wire. Strings them out to dry for days, sucking the life from them, and then use them as puppets to lure prey, so that way they can get more nutrients. It's real terrible. Hang around all limp-like.
Yeah, the drow had something similar.
Yeah, sometimes they still scream. Like they don't even die. Like they just hang there. It's gross.
Yep.
That's actually the tribe that we're aiming for. They use a weapon, the tribe Black Whip. The leader, the Tanar of Grumsh, has one of those vines embedded in his arm, passed down from leader to leader. That's the one that we're going to be aiming for. They're the like little bit chiller tribe.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, Tarak, you aren't wrong. However, I was.
Ooh. Where's someone who knows how to write when I need them?
I take out a piece of paper, I write out Cather was wrong, and I hand it to Tarak.
This holds no bar on me because I can't read. Put that in my bag.
I once told Renaya, well, and I think Melora, that I was a man in a forest on a path. The path presented to me by my gods. And I think that is true that I was on that path. That was presented for me. However, I did not realize or think that my purpose on the path would change, as it has. More recently, I've realized that I help create the paths in the forest. And therefore, it is my domain. And I pass through it freely.
I was going to say, your gods are like fate gods, right?
Correct.
All right, I'm comfortable on the bat. Then, and this forest is those fate, like the endings, like that's the path that they walk and it brings them to a destination.
More like the forest is life. The forest is simply the journey that you walk while you're alive. And it is also... It is a place you either carve out a path for yourself and determine where you want to try to end, or there are paths that you choose to follow.
And so in this analogy, where do your gods fit in?
In this analogy, they don't.
Okay.
Because, as I said, I have been given the authority over the forest on their behalf.
Groovy.
So it is more like while I never worshipped my gods, I certainly idolized them. But now I see it more as a partnership, as it were.
All right.
Maybe as you would say, a tool. I gain from them as they gain from me.
Good. Cry for a little advice.
By all means.
When it comes to this hypothetical forest, which, frankly, not a huge fan of them. I grew up in a desert. I would stick away from making paths. If you have this dominion over the trees that you say, just go through them.
The paths are not for me.
People
They're
can find
for-
their own way.
Therefore,
To make them stronger, give them an axe.
maybe that is my job. Not everyone
I
has
like
one.
that way better. Because, like, a lot of those paths, someone tried to rob me 3 times. Like, I left the mountains and I was like, ooh, cool, little path through the forest. Bandit, bandit, bandit.
Sure.
There's a big bandit problem in the forest outside of these mountains. Wow.
I have a feeling we won't be bothered by them.
I mean, we are in the sky, and they are below us, both morally and physically. But still, someone should really do something about that. Like, terrible land management. This forest, don't allow bandits in it. That's what I'd recommend.
All right. No bandits allowed.
No bandits. Thievery, not allowed. Great. I feel like this analogy has been carried on way too long. Are you getting that
A little bit,
kind of feeling
yeah.
too?
Yes.
Is there anything else we need to cover?
Where are you in the forest?
Forest, I told you, I'm in a desert. We don't need paths there.
And that's why... Well, I suppose that makes sense.
Yup. So, I don't want to, like, shake your hands, because mine are all kind of gross and bloody. So I'm going to give you a thumbs up, because this feels like the end of the conversation. Am I reading this right?
Sure, Tarak, sure.
I mean, we can keep going. I'm like I'm
Oh,
pretty
I'm
hopped up
gonna-
on energy right now.
Do you want to spar maybe a little bit?
I already punched Edward twice today. We train real, like, wicked early.
Yeah.
Like, it was like last night practically. It was like midnight. I was like,
Well, then-
Edward, we gotta go.
I mean, but
We gotta
that
go.
would mean it's a new day. New day. You got to train.
It's a new. I need to stop gesturing with my hands so much or wear oven mitts. One of the two. Because
What's an
really
oven?
stings.
Ovens exist.
Oh,
You
yeah, just
guys-
not electric ones.
uh,
The professional
your
role playing was
awkward-
really showing there. Good
awkward
job, guys.
goodbye. Is there anything else we want to do before you guys get to the Alasar Mountains?
Now that you no.
Aaron,
Wait, you said we had 3 hours ish? Because I had something very specific for the last few hours before we get
We
there.
cook a flan.
okay.
I'm just kidding. We can
Okay.
go.
You ever made a creme brulee?
Edward is just mysteriously disappears. We don't know what happened.
You never see him again.
And Quasit
Ever.
is also
Who's
gone.
Edward?
Da-da-da.
Pockets, no.
He's inside of Pocket's pocket.
That's what I was gonna say. Pockets put him inside a pocket. You guys spend the next day or so making your way until eventually, in the distance, you see the jagged, tall mountain range of the Alasar Mountains. As this happens, Delondrik begins guiding you towards the Ironhilt clan, his clan of dwarves. Inside the Alasar range, it's just a little south of Durthular, which you all immediately begin to recognize as it's one of the tallest peaks and has a probably the most active volcano many of you have seen. Not to the point where it's erupting, but you can see the steam and the smoke billowing. If you guys were to fly above it, you would see the bubbling of the magma and the lava. Definitely the most active. You'd also see the massive dwarven statues, the path that winds its way up towards it, whole 9 yards. The Ironhilt clan is a few mountains south, a few of the peaks south of that. The closest clan to Durthular, but not quite as tall or magnificent. As you guys approach, Delondrik guides you guys towards one of 3 almost like platforms on the mountains where you could land or begin to prepare. As you guys make your way down towards, you can see that there is this ghastly, almost mist surrounding the mountain. As you
Brack is
descend,
standing next to Catherine.
Just goes, souls of the dead. Hold your breath.
as you get deeper, the mist begins to define itself as you realize that it is in fact not mist, but tens of thousands of ghosts of these dwarven ancestors that are all chilling at the base of the mountain, kind of collecting and almost writhing at the base of the mountain. And they kind of like pull up a little bit towards you, not to the point where they're past the platform or, you know, reaching the sky, but they kind of like a magnet pulling on metal. They kind of gravitate towards you guys as you descend.
They must be really good with clerics.
What do you have? No idea the things that these people can do.
The ship continues to descend. Once you guys get a little bit closer, out of the opening in the mountain, there is a procession that begins making its way as soldiers kind of form a barricade on either side of the platform, and this procession of the most bejeweled and decorated dwarves you have ever seen. Delondrik is by far the most eccentric of them, but each and every one of these dwarves is big, tough, and they are decorated. Braids in the beards. Each one of them has basically a central piece that would have 1 to 5 diamonds, emeralds, rubies, any type of precious stone
embedded in that chunk of gold, and then they'd have braided gold inside of their beards along with other gems. Some of them have accents in platinum and mithril that are also plated around this gold. Many of them have earrings that hang deep past their ears, and their earlobes actually hang a little bit longer than traditional earlobes from the weight of these heavy metal pieces of jewelry hanging from them. As the procession comes on, band begins to play, and you guys kind of pull up to the point where you can put a plank from the ship over to the platform. That way you don't have to go down a rope ladder or anything like that. You place the plank, and Delondrik strides with open arms onto the platform, embracing his kin. You guys all begin to... What was that?
Hood is up.
You pull the hood up. As you do, you guys begin making your way onto the platform. As you do, Delondrik pulls you all close and says, "Thank you. Quiet, my people. Quiet. We are here for 2 reasons. First and foremost, I am happy to be returning home from my travels and journeys, and I appreciate the love that you have all shown for myself. But far more importantly, we are here to welcome our esteemed guests and patrons. This," and he gestures towards the 4 of you, "is Fate's Gambit. As you all know, the Alasar dwarves traditionally have stayed away from the conflicts of the other races and other peoples. But we fear that this conflict could destroy our very way of life. And so, we are happy to bring them all in and to house them, give them what they need as we send them into the waste, so that Tarak," and he gestures specifically towards Tarak,
Cather.
"may find a way for his people to re-enter societies. Now, I know this is revolutionary, but it is what we have been preparing for 800 years. And it is time that we allow those that we have imprisoned to prove themselves and prove that they can be a part of a society." And it's about at this time there is a massive explosion behind you guys as your ship is immediately rocked and tiered sideways with a massive hole blown in the side of it as part of this platform goes crumbling down off the mountain and spreads into this mist of ghosts. Your ship tears and turns before eventually sinking and gently yet destructively crashing down on kind of the valley floor between these 2 mountains. The dwarves all scream and some run. The soldiers come rushing towards you guys. Many soldiers go and grab Delondrik and begin rushing him inside as this attack on your guys' ship destroys this platform. What are you guys gonna do?
Our ship! That's our ship!
The sword is out.
What are we gonna do? Tarak?
I don't have time to grab the boat and try to keep it up.
I do not have time to grab the boat.
Captain America, the boat.
Can we see at all what
I'm willing.
Can we see at all what caused it?
This massive explosion. So there's this platform kind of sticks out of the mountain. It's a flat spot that sticks out of the mountain that's been built up. Yeah. And it looks like off the side of it, maybe a little ways down off the rim, there was something that blew up and exploded, and your ship was right there. So it blew up into your ship and caused this massive crater to erupt and destroy part of your ship, causing it to crash, along with this huge portion of this platform falling off and sliding. You can see there are several dwarven guards that have been caught in this landslide. You guys are almost caught in it as well, as just 1 or 2 feet behind you guys, the rock begins to break away. What are you guys doing?
Cather he kind of gets in a protective stance in front of the rest of the group and just kind of looks around. Does he see anyone
Roll a perception check.
like any shady people or anybody
Can
I
I,
don't
do
know,
the same?
with a blade?
Yeah. Perception check.
Edward will
Tarak
start.
able to grab any of the dwarves that are in the landslide? I doubt it.
Roll
but I
a
figured I'd
dexterity
ask.
saving throw.
Oh, how did you know my greatest skill?
I got a 24.
Okay.
21.
Okay. As you guys look to the crowd, it's hard to tell. There are what looks like there's dwarven guards. There looks like dwarven royalty. There's a number of common folk that you can see. Nobody looks in particularly shady or distinct in any way. They're all dressed in dwarven clothes. You don't really know the styles of dwarven fashion or what would make them look shady. Some people are wearing cloaks, but there's too many of them for it to be an uncommon thing. It's hard to tell who, just off of looks alone, would be responsible for this.
Okay.
22 on that save.
Okay. As Cather and Renai begin looking in, you are the closest to the landslide. You turn, and just without quite getting into the landslide, you do manage to grab a couple dwarves and pull them out before they get swept away on this landslide. You pull them out, both of them looking like dwarven guards that were along the perimeter of this platform. You pull them out and set them down gently, where they kind of look shaken, but for the most part, unhurt from any major injuries.
While I'm here, I'd like to examine this explosion area to see if I could determine the cause.
Okay.
Edward will also rush over and cast Healing Word on both of the
Okay.
dwarves. So I do that twice.
Beautiful. Their minor scratches and cuts are healed. Cather, I think you were doing something.
I was just gonna if I didn't see any obvious threats, I'm just getting close to Delondrik also, just kind of making sure that
Delondrik has been rushed inside the mountain at this point.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'm just gonna start ushering us that way then.
Me too.
Okay.
I support him as well.
Can we see the point of where that explosion happened at all?
So it's difficult for you guys to see a kind of illustration of this.
Oh.
So if
Art
you look
stream.
It's
at
happening.
Nope, we
the
can't.
side profile.
We can
It's coming in.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the side profile where
Okay.
wait just a second.
So we
I
have
love
the
it when
cliff
DJ
side,
draws things.
and then we have
Yeah,
the
it's like a
thing
triangle.
that it's
We got a
like-
triangle.
Yeah.
We have a
It's
triangle
popped
on
up
the side
like
of the
this.
mountain.
Isn't
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one
So
of the
you have-
bingo things?
You have the platform,
Yeah.
you
yeah.
have
Okay.
the
Okay.
underlying side
Yeah,
of
it's
the
the
mountain,
support-
and you have
yep.
the ship.
Mhm.
Like over here
Okay.
Uh-huh,
What
okay.
I would like
was
to
where
do.
the explosion is, or like over here. So it's hard to tell because it was kind of like down beneath where you guys can
Right.
see and have access
Okay.
to.
Okay. I know what I want to do.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
I'm gonna grab pockets and I'm gonna tell pockets to go into bat, little bat,
Turns
not
into
big
a,
bat.
a little fruit bat.
And then I'm going to tell pockets to go and try and see what was over there, but be careful not to get hurt, but try and see if it can see what's in there. And then
Okay.
I'm also going to then I'm going to grab onto Edward
Oh,
and be like, just lead me wherever we're going. And then I'm going
Okay.
to do the special
yeah.
senses thing where I can
Yep.
see through.
With your familiar, you tell Pockets to turn into this little bat, and he takes off. You go and you drop your senses, where you take on Pocket's eyes and ears, and you see for just a moment before it all goes black as Tarak, Grush, sweeps in and just swallows Pocket's whole and eats the whole thing. I'm just kidding. Blah,
Grosh, drop it. Drop,
whoa.
drop,
blah.
drop,
I'm just
drop.
you watch as
There's a thing where
Pockets
you try to get the dog's mouth open.
get, and you're like sticking your fingers down his throat. Yeah, no, I've had puppies before. It's terrible. You look through Pocket's eyes as he comes and curls around. The landslide has taken much of it. but you can see that there are several larger boulders that made up the side and the top of it. You can tell because they've been smoothed out and carved a little bit differently than jagged, broken boulders and stuff like that. You can tell there are several rocks on here that have something on them. It's not like a contraption per se, but some sort of like a mineral or a sheen to them. Yeah, a substance of some sort that will require a little bit of closer examination to kind of figure out what it is. But you can see that there is a little bit of that if you want. Cather, as you begin ushering everybody towards the entrance of the mountain, you look up and you see etched over, or it's like etching itself into the mountain as you guys are watching, treachery being carved into the kind of the arch above the entrance.
Like it's been carved into it?
No. It's almost like acid melting out of the stone is kind of what it looks like.
Oh.
It seems arcane in nature, but that's the like visual effect that it has, where it's like treachery.
Huge? Or is
yeah,
it
like
okay,
each word is probably like 2 feet, or each letter is probably like 2 feet tall.
Right.
Interesting.
But you guys usher each other in.
Can I continue? Can I try to get telepathically tell pockets to go closer to see if I can see it closer?
Yes, I believe you can only keep that telepathic link for 30 feet, if I remember correctly.
100 feet.
100 feet.
Nice.
Okay.
All this time, Edward is guiding Renaya with his arm, by the way.
Perfect.
So she's not just standing outside.
Perfect. Good job, Pockets. Pockets curls down a little bit closer and actually lands on one of these little boulders and kind of sniffs around, kind of touches a couple things. It seems to be kind of like a powdery substance that has almost this dark purple hue, not quite the same tone of purple that like aged Aldronite, thank you, Grant. Like aged Aldronite and properly refined Aldronite has. It's kind of a little bit of a deeper, richer tone, closer to like Cather's hair more so than like a kind of a purple. Because aged Aldronite is more like a violet, kind of like your background, versus this, which is a little bit darker. I spent too long describing the color hue of this substance.
Hey, you
I
nailed
want
it.
to know
Cather
more
hair,
about
purple powder. She's like just spitting these words out as she's like being dragged along.
Yep, that's great, Renaya.
That
Come
she's
on.
a crackhead.
Let's get you
guys are
inside,
ushered
Renaya.
in, and as soon as you guys are able to get in and the last dwarf gets in, the doors, these thick, probably like 3 or 4 foot thick
I do
stone,
call pockets back and hopefully he gets it.
have
Indiana Jones it.
yeah, I'm gonna have pockets roll a dexterity check.
Okay, I don't. Hold on, I don't have.
You
pocket
need to
stats.
give him a
My
hat.
bad.
Oh, he needs a hat.
Googling pocket stats isn't gonna give me what I want.
Not
A
pocket
closet.
stats.
Yes. What are the stats of a pocket? in
Ah.
D&D?
Of a pocket.
A strength.
closet in
It
my-
has a strength of 0.
We got
Intelligence
closet
of 0. Constitution of 0.
What was I rolling again?
Actually, its strength is a -3.
Dexterity.
Dex. Then I rolled a 19.
Okay. Pockets takes on
Grabs the
as
leash.
you're flying. As the doors begin to close, it changes from a bat to kind of like a hawk, and then goes into like total dive mode, where it's just and just as the doors are about to like just slam closed, it
Go,
right
go,
through
go,
the
go,
entrance,
go.
lands like right on your chest and just takes you out.
Renaya!
Catch him, and then
Renaya's
are
been hit. Edward
totally
rushes
forward.
over and starts aiding Renaya, pulls the bird off of her and says,
No,
"Who
it's
are
okay,
you
it's
working
good.
for?"
It's pockets. It's pockets. It's okay.
Oh,
Okay.
he like slaps at you.
jumps back. Oh.
You guys are all inside of the Ironhilt clan. Probably the most beautiful dwarvish stronghold you guys have ever seen. The robust pillars, intricate artwork and detailing, several layers to it. But it's hard to appreciate the artwork knowing that there was an assassination attempt on you guys.
Pretty used to it. We expected this.
That means we're important, right?
Well, it
Or they
means
just
something.
really don't like us.
Well,
As-
okay.
So it's a purple,
Us. It's me.
purple powder on the rock.
Renaya,
Pew.
clearly Renaya
What?
is not
Wait,
okay.
wait,
Would
what,
you
Renaya?
get
The
Powder on
pockets,
Renaya medical
pockets went to go.
assistance now?
I used pockets to go look and see where this explosion was, and where it was. There was like this powdery substance over where the explosion was, and it was like purple, like your hair, Cather.
Did you
Wait,
take a sample?
No.
Pockets told you all that? I didn't know Pockets
Wait,
could speak.
pockets, and I look at pockets like hands.
They have
Is there
nothing on
no
them.
powder?
There's a little dust, but
Okay.
Delondrik
Oh, well.
kind of pushes his way through the crowd towards you guys. Are all of you all right?
Yes, are you okay?
Yes.
Yes.
We're
I'm
fine.
fine.
I'm more concerned about the 50 crew members.
Your crew, yes.
Only about half of them were dead.
We managed to help too.
That's... Oh, you're right. You, and he points towards around the group. Get a group together, 10, 15, maybe even 30. Get down there and get to the ship as fast as possible. Stay safe. Nobody else needs to be getting hurt. Once you get to the ship, set a bringing line so that everybody else can get down. Then we're going to try and get everybody that's in that ship out, all right? He nods, salutes, and a squad begins making their way out.
I'm gonna tell Grosh to start life flighting the most injured ones up to the top.
Okay.
I'm
Sure,
sure they'll be
why not?
fine.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Alright,
Orcish war medicine is very effective.
Renaya,
It has
a
100% mortality rate.
Renaya,
What?
tell him what you told me about the powder.
It's purple
Quasit
like
told you.
his hair.
I didn't even know he could speak.
No, I can see through his eyes. Don't ask.
It doesn't matter.
It's
Just,
weird.
What
Delondrik.
about this powder?
But his hair color. It's what was on the explosion. On point to Cather's head.
Okay, wait, okay. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Break it down for me.
Okay, so this is Pockets, my
Yeah, I
quasi
know pockets.
shapeshift that
Yeah,
turned into bat,
yeah,
flew over
yeah,
to where the
no.
explosion was.
Okay.
Rocks jagged, and then all over top of them was this layer of this like Cather hair colored powder substance.
I see.
You could just say purple.
But it wasn't just purple because it wasn't like Aldernite. It was
Yeah,
like
it
your
Well,
wasn't
that was
hair.
just my next
violet.
question. It wasn't Aldernite, was it?
Don't think so.
Well, it wasn't
Okay.
aimed at Aldernite.
Refined Aldernite.
Yeah,
technically.
like proper, like a fine wine.
Yes.
Right. I don't know.
Well, no immediate substances come to my mind, but once
any
we have
come
a
to mind?
sample, what was that?
Do any come to mind? I doubt they
Go
would.
ahead and roll a nature check for me.
What about Edward? Edward knows a little bit about minerals and mountains.
Roll a nature check.
Hey, what's your nature? Can we help each other on this? Can we
Sure.
spitball it? What's your
my
nature?
let's see here.
You probably have like a
plus
+4.
4.
You should
Pretty
do
good.
this.
And
Man,
do I
I'm
get
good.
advantage?
You
Yeah,
do get
yeah.
advantage
Well,
now.
I don't think I need
You see,
advantage.
when I was
'cause
growing
I
up
rolled
in the desert,
a nat 20, baby. Edward's like, oh, hold on.
I
Wait,
studied with
I've
this for
learned about
years.
this. What do I know, Mr. DM? Give me all of the minerally details.
It was your father.
I want to know. I want to know what it was.
Not
I want to know where it's on the
nougat.
periodic table. I
So-
wanna know how it
nougat.
reacts to
Guys, I'm
everything
trying
else.
to listen to our DM help us.
So, you rack your brain for all the different purple minerals that you can think of.
Cather hair.
And, I mean, there's a lot, you know?
Yeah, there's
Obviously,
a lot of those.
Aldernite is a top pick, especially with how reactive it is to
Right.
water, and you
Uh-huh.
are with the Alasar Mountains,
It would
which
make a lot of
has
sense,
a lot
wouldn't
of
it?
Aldernite
Edward
as
starts
well.
singing a periodic table song.
You know, there are other precious stones that come in the purple hue.
Amethyst.
I'm not gonna bother to make up 20 chemicals that you can think of,
Oh.
but there's a lot. There's a big list, and with knowing
Ophion.
the color of it as your only clue, you're not
Triathium.
really sure what it is. You're like, there's too many options at this point.
All right.
to-
Well,
to
Edward
know.
says, "Listen, there's a lot of things that are purple, a lot of minerals, but it might make sense
Not
that
Cather. He's
it
blue.
could be Aldernite. Aldernite is awfully reactive with water, And if it's not refined, it could take form of different colors. Maybe it could be darker. That's all I know. I'm really trying to think of something
Edward,
else.
are
That's
you
the only
say-
thing that makes sense.
So, Edward, if someone were to take Aldronites that is unrefined and then just chuck a water bottle at it, it could
The water
basically it could blow up.
How much does Edward have any idea? He worked with refined Aldronite.
You know a lot about Aldronite.
Okay, awesome.
The only people that probably know more about Aldronite are the dwarves that surround you.
Mine it, yeah.
So you know that Aldronite, in any state, is very volatile with water. Refined,
Okay.
unrefined, aged, unaged, any state. The coloration of Aldronite is an indicator of the age of it. So it goes
That's what I
through
assumed.
basically the whole rainbow of colors. And the older it is, the darker it becomes to that purple hue. And then the refining process is this process of semi-stabilizing it. So it's a little more hydrophobic. But mostly the refining is used for the enchanting aspects that Aldronite is used for. Triple
Mhm.
refined Aldronite of a purple hue is the most expensive, the finest Aldronite that you can get.
Yes,
And
sir.
that's the type of Aldronite that is needed to imbue items with high-end levels of magic.
Okay.
And then you can have refined Aldronite in all sorts of different ways. But basically, at any level,
Yeah.
Aldronite's going to be very reactive.
Well, Edward
Raw
basically
Aldronite
says-
versus refined Aldronite is much more reactive.
Mhm.
That's why the mines are probably the most dangerous place, because sweat, really any sort of H2O, can cause massive explosions. It's
Sure.
a very, very dangerous profession.
Sure.
But for the most part, like Aldronite seems like it could be a good cause. Aldronite doesn't get like deep purple. It doesn't really get that color. It's more of kind of a violet color. So you would have to see the substances to actually know what's going on.
Right. Well, Edward says Aldronite might make sense. It's quite reactive, even when it's not refined. But
That is true.
I've never really heard of it getting as dark as Cather's hair. As it gets older, it gets darker. But I mean, it's pretty dark, if that's what it was. But it's possible. If there was enough of it, and enough something to make it react, it could be that bad.
Right.
And I guess the importance would really be who we could link it to, but if nothing comes to mind, then
How did it happen? Was it on the ship? Is that what happened? The ship itself exploded, or was it something fired at the ship?
It looks
I
like
didn't
it
get
was-
a good look.
it looks like it was the cliff part of it.
On the cliff itself.
Yes.
Do you know if there's any Aldronite in this cliff?
In the cliff,
Yes.
not particularly. Aldronite is usually
Deep.
at a deeper point.
Yes, that wouldn't make
and
sense.
if there was any, we would have found it centuries ago.
That is so strange.
Yes, well,
So it wasn't an accident then.
I think that is very clear. This is no accident. This is an attempt, unfortunately, on, I believe, if not all of your lives, perhaps at least Tarak's.
Or
Yeah, I
yours.
kind of figured that was me.
Why would it be
No.
Tarak?
Our people for the last millennia have been charged with keeping orcs inside the wastes.
Hmm.
Traditionally, we have viewed them as abominations that are good for nothing but destruction and hate.
Not wrong.
It's Edward, if it helps, it's the same way that the moon elves are charged with guarding the drow.
So it makes sense that perhaps some of the dwarves aren't very happy about the idea of redeeming the orcs. Or at
I'm
least
sure.
that's
Like
what they're
that-
calling it.
Right.
They would probably think, I'm sure there are some that would feel that this is a waste of much of our heritage.
And I'm
But I
sure
will,
that several of them are not happy that one got out in the first place.
that's also very true. I will call a
what's
meeting
going
with the clan leaders to ask if any of them know of any sects within their clans, or if this is strictly an Ironhilt situation. I will be asking around. why don't you guys take tonight to relax, and then tomorrow, with a few guards, why don't you make your way out to the cliffside and see if you can figure out more about this material, this substance. See if there's any clues that would add to that.
Is there any way you can ensure Tarak's safety while we're staying here? We cannot
we
make
could
it
walk
without
him
him.
in literally any place in this place, but if you want to have him walking free, which I think would be a better symbol, then we can assign guards, and obviously you're all welcome to defend him.
I think
That
maybe
would be
just I
nice.
think although maybe just a couple. We don't want to draw more attention than necessary.
Sure.
I'll have some for my personal guard attend to you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I have much to attend to with my people. These two, and he just snaps his finger, and a couple of his personal guard come up.
Hop,
These
hop,
two will
hop,
be
hop.
attending to you. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
We all knew what we were signing up for.
That is true. Now, he turns to the rest of the crowd of people near him. We all have places to be and things to be doing. Let Fate's Gambit get about their business and us go about ours. And he begins making his way through the crowd, which slowly begins dispersing. And you guys are left with these two personal guards. Would you like to be shown to your rooms?
One moment, please. I turn to the others. All right. Seriously though, how we're doing?
That was quite the welcome.
Right.
I think we'll be fine as long as we're in this place, in this palace.
Just keep our heads on. Just keep an eye out. Just more in a whisper. That way the guards don't listen in too close. Just understand that perhaps anyone is a threat. The only people we can trust here are ourselves and Delondrik. While it sucks, it's the truth.
Let's not stay long.
Exactly. We do what we have to do here, and then we leave, and get about our business.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
So I have this problem where I know how I would do it, but I don't know if Tarak would know what I would know.
Okay.
Can I roll like an Arcana check to see how much Tarak knows about magic?
Sure.
Okay. 19.
Okay.
Ooh.
You know.
So the
a
question that I
fair
have
bit.
for you
Uh-huh.
is, does this color of red match the color of powdered ruby?
Color of
Like
Where's
ruby
the red?
dust?
where are you getting red?
Or just the purple. Like, I don't know if it would be dark enough. Specifically, I'm thinking of the spell Glyph of Warding. It requires powdered ruby and can be like planned with an activation program to explode when a certain thing occurs.
Yep.
So I don't know if the ruby dust would still be like a bright ruby red, or if rubies are already powdered like into a purple, or if it would change with the magic effect, because that's how I would blow up this boat if it were me.
So you know an okay amount of magic. The type of magic that you would know about isn't per se arcane. It would be more a religious magic from,
Yeah, a bit
A
more
being a
tribe
paladin and Yurtress, that type of things. Let me double check some stuff.
Because I'm also thinking Track would know that
Okay.
most likely someone magically inclined is involved, because they're the only ones who would be able to carve the words above the doors.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
So it
looking
has to be
through-
someone magic-y.
I would say at the moment you don't per se know the components of the Glyph of Warding spell, but you would know of the Glyph of Warding spell. Is
Okay.
what I would say.
So would I know that it uses ruby dust or no?
You know that it has a couple components. You're not sure what they
Okay,
are quite
gotcha.
yet, or what the effects of the aftermath of them are. You know that some sort of gem dust or dust is involved with it, so it's like kind of in the back of your mind. You're not quite sure if that's
a route to go down or not. But you do know of that spell specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down to go to sleep or go to a room or whatever.
Perfect. The two dwarven guards, there is a dwarven woman and a dwarven man that are guiding you. They begin taking you into the upper levels. They guide you up a massive winding staircase that makes its way up the mountain. And after probably gaining about 500 feet or so, you are entered into the... Yeah, it's a lot. Yes?
While we're walking, Renaya is going to try to get Cather. Very
Okay.
briefly. I'm thinking you and I take watch.
Probably. I think from now on, until we get back to Athala, we take watch.
That's all.
You guys are led up into basically a big old suite. You can kind of think of it. There's one massive common room, and then there's 6 of these individual rooms that are there with you as well. In the common room, there is the equivalent of a kitchen in this time, along with chairs, couch, carpets, things to make it much more accommodating. And actually, in 2 of the rooms, so they kind of make like a half circle. The 2 on the farthest end of the radius, closest to the edge of the mountain, actually have windows that have views over the mountain range. And the way that they are orientated, you can actually see into the wastes. You can see the sand. It looks like there is a number of kind of pits that make almost this border around the sand, around the wastes. But you can see much of the sand, especially at this point, is more of a traditional like white sand or kind of a yellower sand. But there are splashes and splatters of this deep crimson sand. And then way out in the distance, you can see the kind of a little bit of possibly a peak way out into the distance before it kind of fades from view. Yes.
How was Tarak looking as we passed that?
These are just in the individual rooms. So if you guys are all going into the individual rooms, you can go about that. But basically, your 2 guards enter into the common room. This will be your space. You're welcome to come and go. We will be outside guarding the doors to make sure that nobody can enter. We should be on a shift. Usually we do about 4-hour shifts. And so there will always be 2 of us here, but we might rotate between some of the different people. Otherwise, you guys are all welcome to claim the rooms. Materials for cooking and food should be brought to you. And you just need to let us know if you need anything else.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes,
Edward?
thank you.
I will say
Thank
thank
you.
you in Dwarvish.
Edward would kind of like to, I don't know, after the guards kind of go about their thing, Edward would kind of like to wave everybody closer. And he'll just say, I don't like it. I don't like it. Just with the events and the fact that I didn't even realize that everybody would be so angry about this. Or maybe not everybody, but it's like few. Anyways, I'm rambling here. I think it might be smart to leave before they expect us to. I have respect for Delondrik, but I think he'd understand. If we announced when, there would probably be more problems. That would be great. What do you think?
Are you speaking to me or in
everybody,
general?
especially
kind
you?
of in
You're the
agreeance.
one in danger.
I don't think we should leave early.
I'm
Why?
actually with Tarak on this.
How come?
Brothers. For a lot of reasons. One, we're going to need some supplies before we go in. So we're going to need to pick that up. And 2, I don't feel right going against people who have protected you, all of you, for so many years. We either convince them that we can do it or we don't.
Okay. But
If we-
don't eat anything that they give you. Just be smart.
I can't. Poison doesn't hurt me.
Okay, well then how long do we have to stay here?
Well,
Sorry.
we will go about as we normally would. If no one stops us, then I assume that we're good to go.
I'm sure, Renaya, there will be a couple of conversations with their leaders that we are involved in, and that will give us a gauge as to how much support we have. If it seems that's... Well, it depends on how they do things here, I don't know. If it requires some sort of unanimous vote, then obviously we have to convince everyone. If it's more of a majority, and those that are in the minority respect the rule and the decision that is made, then we're good. Otherwise, until we get to that point, we cannot make any moves forward, because when we come back, we're just coming into an ambush.
Tarak.
Honestly, we might go into an
yes.
ambush anyway.
Tarak, those were the Crimson Wastes that we saw, right?
At those
So-
windows?
Yes.
Yes. Although that's just the edge of them. The sand gets churned too often to turn red. The roots are too deep.
It's really happening.
Well, I mean, not yet. We should keep an eye out the window, though. If anything larger than a bird flies out there, you'll get to see something pretty great.
Concerning, but okay. We should get rest.
Our journey
I don't
Sounds
know
good.
what time is it? Is it like evening? Is it
Does
bedtime?
anyone know anything about magic?
Yeah.
Edward, you're a magic. You've been schooled in magic,
Okay.
and you've got like
I'm kind of a
magic
cleric of
powers,
Arcana,
right?
Jordan is like,
but
oh,
that's
that's kind of
okay.
like my whole
If you
domain,
want to use
know.
Edward, you can do
I mean,
that
I will take
too.
both of your thoughts right now.
Okay.
I
Cool.
think
I've
this is
got lots
probably
of
better
them.
to do with both. Do you know there's a spell called, I think it's like the Pith of Warning, or something like that.
You mean the
I've
glyph
heard
of
of
warding?
glyph. Yeah, glyph
The
of warning.
glyph, sure, that one. Isn't it like a trap thingy?
Basically,
Actually, I have access to it, so yes.
you can cast that.
You've got it?
If I prepare it, yeah, I can do it.
All right.
Cool.
What is its deal? Would that be a thing? Because that seemed like some pretty like magic-y magic.
I could
mean-
see how
Like we do a lot
I
of
mean,
like
that is one of the options. You can
magic.
do an explosive rune, yeah.
The words that appeared on the mountain seem to appear there by magic as well. So
And,
it seems Tarak is
and that could be
onto
some kind of
something.
like magic script thing.
yep.
It
Because I
seemed-
doubt
well,
that they
it
put like
seemed to-
acid etches beforehand.
Yes, it seemed to melt into the rock like acid would.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to see if it's still there tomorrow or if it was just
Somebody-
like an illusion.
Somebody cast like ray of sickness, just a lot.
Whole bunch.
Just
Um,
bad.
They had an
I'm
auto
also
clicker.
just going to I'm gonna use some divine senses. Just one, preferably. To
Okay.
make sure there's nothing celestial, fiend, or undead, like invisible in the room or anything like that.
The only things that you detect are Cather as a celestial and
Yeah, the multiple freaks we have.
Pockets as a fiend.
Maybe a little bit of Renaya.
And maybe a
Just a
little bit of
little.
a night. It's kind of
Edward's
like it's
just
you know
like
it's
a
touch and go. You know, it's a little
She's just salted with it, you know. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
you don't gotta worry about
Yeah,
Edward.
it's
I am
for
as
flavor.
normal as they
It's
get.
for flavor. It's
Edward's
times
like,
like
"I'm
these
vanilla."
that I wish. I'm going to also cast detect poison and disease as a ritual.
Okay.
I think I can do that.
I'm going to ritual cast detect magic.
We're
Let's
going to gosh
Wait,
dang
I
scope
wanna
We're
here.
detect
checking this out.
something.
Alright.
I want to
So-
detect something.
Edward detects friendship.
Maybe you should detect this
Aw.
backhand.
So,
What the heck?
Drek, you are detecting
Yeah.
poison and disease, correct?
Just in case. You never know. I'm going to make sure that the guards are within range.
Okay, the guards are within range. As you walk around and kind of detect everything, because it lasts 10 minutes, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes.
And then it follows you as you go.
Range of 30 feet on an area of self.
Yep.
Poisonous creatures and diseases within 30 feet.
As you go about, you do not sense any poisons or diseases that you are not currently carrying on your person.
You know, I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
You're like, man, they could try harder.
Well, dang.
Renaya, you are detecting magic, right?
Magic.
There are lacings of Audronites throughout this entire mountain. And by lacings, I like little fracture lines of it, not any, anything worth mining or really of concern.
So they're like natural veins.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I was afraid you meant like someone powdered.
Someone just put a couple little lines, like natural veins that go throughout the ceiling and the floor. Very small. They kind of look like marbling in the stone. Is kind of what it looks like. Nothing to really be concerned about. Adds a kind of a nice shimmer effect. Couple different colors of different things, but for the most part, it's just there. Otherwise, aside from the other magic items that you guys have, and the guards have 2 magic items, 1 per each, you don't detect anything else.
Are they magic items of instant kill the party? Are they gonna stab us in the back?
Just out of curiosity, what's the school?
What's the school? Enchant. No, not enchantment. They are enchanted, but it's with
Perhaps evocation.
Necromancy.
Yes, thank you. That's
All right, tell me this.
Fireball one.
Tell me this one thing, DM. Edward goes over there and casts Identify on one of them. I'm just kidding.
Just slaps him on the hip.
Slaps him on the hip.
Excuse me, sir. I need to know.
I trust you, but not that much.
I want to know what your sword does.
I just got deja vu.
So,
Whoa.
any other
You're right where you need to be.
preparations?
One last question.
Yes, sir.
Are either of these guards beasts with a natural swimming speed?
I
One of
mean,
these days.
they are.
One of them is
beasts,
named
and
Michael
they
Phelps.
can swim, but no.
No.
Right.
It was a good shot.
Well, that was fun.
What time is it, DM? I'm sorry. Did we already ask this?
As you guys go to look, it's hard to tell time because you're inside a mountain.
I know exactly.
And it's probably been about an hour or so since the explosion arriving.
Uh-huh.
But it's about sunset.
Yes.
If you guys were to look into the wastes, you would see that ruby-like crimson effect that Tarak mentioned. It's hard to get the full beauty of it, but there's almost this red haze that is coming in through the windows as you look out over the mountains. You can't unfortunately see the ocean or anything like that, but this red, foggish, sandish haze just kind of rests over the landscape. Yes or no?
Just before we wrap things up and then all that and we go to bed and things like that, I will want to cast Sending to Kiamora. But if we are doing other things before that, that's fine too.
Anything else need to happen before that?
Edward
I don't
just
think
looks
I
out.
have anything.
Edward looks out the window at the Crimson Wastes.
I play a
says
game of
out
chess
loud.
with Edward.
While he's looking out the window at the wastes, and he says, "It's beautiful, yet terrifying." Cutscene.
Edward, make your move.
Check.
It's your turn.
I'm too busy longfully
We're getting
looking at the
distracted. Come on.
wastes, Cather.
He's like, no, he's just
Renaya, while they're doing that in the common room, first of all, who has rooms with the view? Yeah.
Edward took the other one.
Great.
Dibs.
So Renaya,
I make sure
you
to
are-
sit as close to the window so I'm easily shotted as possible.
Renaya, you are in your room, kind of hanging out, or you're out in the common room. Where are you, Renaya?
Is everybody going to bed?
Well, Catherine and Edward are playing the game of
They're
chess.
still
We're
playing
playing
chess.
some chess.
I'm
Tarak,
sitting on the window
staring-
still dramatically staring
Yeah,
out
yeah.
at the wastes.
Renara will be in her room, but the door's open and things like
Okay.
that. Okay. Ready? And cast Sending.
Mhm.
Hi, Kiki.
Kiki is one word, Grant.
No. Fine.
Well, it's hi Kiki, so you know.
Yeah, fine,
she-
fine,
she-
fine.
Well, he had 3.
There's a
he went
hyphen.
hi,
Oh,
hi,
I
Kiki.
see. Yeah, he was counting up, not down.
Are you? I miss you. I'm sorry. Please tell me what's happening. I'm going to keep messaging you. You're pretty cool.
Rini, you have nothing to be sorry for. I'm the one who fails over and over, and I'm the one that messes it all up.
No, 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 no. We're doing another one. Oh, there's my last spell slot. Oh, here we go.
Who blew up our boat? Because
Oh my
I'm
gosh!
fine.
What if it was Kiyomura?
I'm gonna find you. You can't run. You can't hide. I liked that boat.
It was a pretty cool boat.
I have a very special set of skills.
Okay, I'm casting it again. Give me a second to collect my thoughts. Okay.
Zone City wins the race. Do we count contractions as 2 words?
No,
No.
that's the point of a contraction. It's one word.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
You didn't fail. I'm the one who killed Cather. I failed him. And I failed you. How many words do I have left?
Like a good couple.
know.
Let's see. This
Uh,
is 16.
6.
Well, okay.
So-
So we
so
may
you
have
have-
we all of us had
You
different
have like
numbers
9.
at the time that
You have like
You
9
have about 9
I would
words.
say a
I'll-
strong 9 words.
Yeah, strong 9 words. Yeah.
Make them good.
Please, where are you?
Please, where are you?
whole campaign has built up to these 5 words or
No
not.
pressure. This is an everyday thing.
We need you with us.
That's a strong 5.
Strong play.
Strong 5. Golf claps all
Strong.
around everybody.
Strong
Thank
play.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I will return when I am strong enough and worthy. When I am capable of protecting and fighting what needs to be done. Fighting for what needs to be done.
Math.
I knock on Renae's door.
It's open.
It's open, but she's.
Oh, I
kinda
know,
sitting
like
there.
on the windowsill as I
She's-
kind of just stand there at the entrance. What did he say?
She doesn't kind of. What?
What did he say?
He thinks he failed. And he's not gonna come back until he feels like he can protect again.
Right. You know, you didn't fail either. I'll kind of turn around, make my way back over to Edward, our chest.
Cather, I just took your queen.
Well,
better get
that's a
back here
shame
before
because you
you
fell into my
lose.
trap. Then
What? Oh,
look at
I
your,
didn't see the
look at your
rook.
bishops.
Yes.
Cather falling into a trap.
Open your eyes, Edward. Watch the
Tarak.
pawns.
I don't need chess lessons
From
from
3
you.
wounds away.
You always gotta watch out for
As-
Cather's traps.
Ugh, they glisten.
With Cather's traps
Cather, your
finding
traps are
their
always
way
getting
to
the best
steal
of
the
me.
queen, we're gonna end for tonight. As you guys all go to bed and
disappointed.
find yourselves on the edge of the Scarlet Wastes, here in the Ironhilt clan of the Alasar
On
Mountains.
the edge, the edge, the edge.
Welcome to survival mode.
The edge.
All I'm
the
saying,
edge.
we're in
I'm
hardcore
on
We're in
Minecraft.
Minecraft hardcore mode, yeah.
That's right.
Of the way.
Oh my god, you're gonna
Um,
delete Nico Muris if we die?
With you.
Yes, this is no
Oh my
pre-
God.
This is a lot of pressure on you guys.
The
Okay?
paper dungeon gets deleted.
Thank you guys so much for watching. We really appreciate it. I think we got rated at the beginning of the stream. So if
Yeah.
you're still here from that rating,
Yeah.
By the
thank you
welcome
so
in.
much for sticking around.
Yeah.
We have lots
Welcome
of stuff
in.
That, we do.
That was them. They were
Yeah.
there. It was great.
I love
Thanks,
That
that.
was awesome.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm getting on a plane in a few hours.
Yes, you
Yo,
are.
I'm getting on a plane in a few hours.
And
You know
me-
who else is getting on a plane in a few
Grant.
hours?
What?
Drew's getting on a plane in a few hours. So we can go over to these two bozos'
Hi.
lives and hang out for a week.
I love how-
And then you can see us live on Table Scraps this Thursday. We're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I know what it's going to be, and Grant kind of knows, but no one else does. I'm real pumped for it. You get to see my sick table.
It's gonna be amazing.
It's pretty rad.
We're all gonna see each other for the
I've
first time
missed
in
that
over
table.
a year.
I know.
It's gonna be awesome.
Very real
So-
good.
We're really excited about that. Definitely be here this upcoming Thursday and on Monday when we get to play again, because we're super excited. The vibes should be really good. I have to have a whole different DMing style as I have to now rein in 4 live players instead of 4 in-person players. Or
Now I
it'll
can
be
punch
fun.
Grant in person.
Hey, also,
It's gonna be great.
It'll be a scuffed setup, maybe, and it'll just be
No,
a
it's
great
actually
time.
gonna be pretty. It's
It
actually
might-
gonna be
it's
pretty
gonna
lit.
be-
It's gonna be
we'll figure it out.
a
We'll figure
very
it
good
out.
setup. It's gonna be very good setup.
It's just like
Stuff
I
is
just
what we
spent
do.
so much money. It better be a good setup.
You guys won't want to miss it though. The energy will be wacky because
It's a
we're
table
all
reveal.
listen. I'm gonna be able to crack a pun and then visibly look at DJ to see his disappointment, and it's
And
just
I'm gonna be able to physically go over and beat him up afterwards.
You are not allowed to flip my table.
I don't think I can flip your table. Your table is a
If,
hefty
with
boy.
enough pun rage, you can do anything.
pun.
Yeah,
rate.
please
All
don't, but
this
not for
being
the table's
said-
sake, but for my gear's sake.
All this
For
being said,
both.
thank you guys so much for watching. We're super excited to be back for this year. We have lots of things coming up. Be on the lookout for those. You know, we got Camp Cryptids coming up in a couple of months. We got Age of Pandemonium coming up a few months after that. Obviously,
Between the
we're always
Rows.
going to have Between the Rows, as it's a classic. It's a staple at this point.
Oh,
Oh,
we're gonna raid a channel today.
oh my gosh, we're raiding a channel today.
Yes, we're gonna
Um,
raid a channel
yeah.
today.
Grant, do you have that? Do you have one ready?
You know what? I'm looking right now.
So
Wait,
we
wait, wait.
got
Can we do dice cream? Can we do dice cream?
Yes,
Ice cream
let's do
sandwich.
dice cream
Raid.
sandwich.
Dice.
It's
Okay.
dice
Okay.
That's what we're
Okay,
doing.
wait, hold up.
Wait,
hold
no.
up. Hold up.
Yeah,
We're
Okay.
not very good at this.
I'm
I'll
getting there.
type it
I'm
in
get-
chat.
I'm getting there. Okay. How do you spell
Wait.
it? How do you spell
Boom.
it?
Just wait. Wait for it.
It's
Okay.
in
Ooh,
Zoom
that's,
chat.
yep.
Does it have
So
to
while
be-
that's
does
all
it have
going
to be
on,
in-
Also, thank
couple
you,
more
Wander,
plugs.
for putting all the things. We have socials like Twitter, gosh dang, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, YouTube normal things that we post the whole things on. We technically have a website, and on that website, we have merch that Lydia just updated, and it's pretty sick.
It's pretty rad.
So you all should go there and especially join our Discord, where you can see the things that we do and actually know when Table Scraps happens.
Hey, nobody go anywhere. Stay with us for the
Take
raid.
it away, DJ.
Everybody say
I missed.
TPD raid. What
TPD
raid and
raid.
refresh so that they get more analytics views.
Let him say the outro.
Raid. Woo! All
Yeah,
right.
you can say
Good
you say
luck
that.
and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. Don't go anywhere because we're raiding. We will see you.
Woo!
Have a great night. See you later, guys.
Wah.